begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. Greetings, children. It's I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Seraphine Small speaking. You can always call me Bennett. So excited for this one. Getting started with Helen Hayes, whatever we find her doing, and Returnal. Say hi to the Pam Cam. Festus is coming down to sabotage. Everything's in place. Thanks so much for swinging by. Hope you have a great time. Catch you guys on the flip side. Boom. I know. Okay, so what is this?
How long does it take to line you up?
The makers of Campbell Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. For centuries, the heroes of our popular tales have been killers, outlaws, soldiers, knights in armor, warrior kings. Only recently, within the memory of most of you who are listening tonight, has the healer become a hero. The man who is skillful in making people whole instead of cutting them up. The man who strives to persevere life rather than to destroy it. Tonight's story is one of the first of the recent series of books, plays, and films about men of medicine. In 1930, its author, Mr. Sinclair Lewis, was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. 8 years ago, Aerosmith was made into a motion picture. The star of that picture was Miss Helen Hayes. She is here tonight to play in the Campbell Playhouse the same role that she created on the screen. It would be an impertinence for me to attempt any sort of an introduction. One of the greatest and most versatile actresses of our time. And I needn't tell you how proud and happy my sponsor and I and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse are in having her with us tonight. But just now, I'd like you to hear a word from Ernest Chappell.
I think you'll agree that when women buy far more of one soup than of any other, that soup must have something very special about it. Such a soup is Campbell's Tomato. It has a flavor that good home cooks and professional chefs agree has never been equaled. This magic flavor is the result of a recipe perfected by Campbell's chefs and painstakingly followed at every step. It calls for Campbell's own pedigreed tomatoes, big, firm, luscious beauties developed specially to give glorious color and grand flavor to this most popular of all soups. Their bright, tangy, invigorating goodness is skillfully blended with fine table butter and gentle seasoning to make a tomato soup that almost everybody likes. How often do you have this outstanding favorite soup at your house? Why not look over your soup supply and be sure of having Campbell's Tomato Soup on hand for this weekend? And now for tonight's story. The Campbell Playhouse presents Aerosmith, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
Dr. Martin Aerosmith, in the name of His Majesty, King Gustav of Sweden, and on behalf of the honored members of the Nobel Prize Committee, it is my privilege to welcome you to the eminent fellowship of those who, in the realms of science, art, and literature, have rendered distinguished service to the preservation and betterment of humankind. In recognition, therefore, of your brilliant achievement in the fields of bacteriology and physical chemistry, and your unswerving devotion to the tenets of pure science, I have the honor to present to you Martin Aerosmith.
Martin Aerosmith. That's my name. On all sides of me sit leading men of science. Looking down at me, I recognize some of their faces. That man on the aisle to the right, and the one just in back of him, last year's chemistry award. This is the longest walk I can remember. From my seat in the back of the hall down to this platform. A 21-year walk. I started it with two others. With Leora and Dr. Gottlieb. Now I'm finishing it. Alone. I started it 21 years ago, one September evening, in the chemistry lab at Winnemac. Class stood very still, I remember, not too close. The assistant was holding a guinea pig by its legs. Dr. Gottlieb dipped his hands in the bichloride solution and shook them. A quick shake, fingers down, like the fingers of a pianist above the keys. He took a hypodermic needle from the instrument bath and lifted the test tube.
To keep the tubes from being broken. I cannot advise breaking tubes of handling germs and afterwards getting the hands into the culture. You might clearly get anthrax spoiled, so you might die a little young. I shall now inoculate the second guinea pig, and the last will be dismissed.
Dr. Gottlieb. Dr. Gottlieb.
Well, yes.
Oh, Professor Gottlieb. My name is Aerosmith, Martin Aerosmith. I'm a medical freshman at Winnemac, PA. I'd like awfully to take bacteriology this fall instead of next year. See, I've had a lot of chemistry.
No, it's not time for you.
Oh, I know I could do it now, Professor.
What you say your name is?
Aerosmith, sir.
Well, Aerosmith, have you taken physical chemistry?
No, sir, but I did pretty well in organic.
Organic chemistry, healthy chemistry, stink chemistry, drugstore chemistry. Physical chemistry is power. It is success, it is life. But organic chemistry, that is a great hot water. No, you are too young. Come back in a year.
That year was a time of waiting. I took the first year medical courses and passed them. I learned the proper sugar-coated pills and phrases to comfort patients with while you estimated how much you could charge them. Most of the professors at Winnemac weren't teaching science. They were simply preparing us for a trade. And that was all most of the students wanted. Knowledge that they could cash in on. They didn't talk about saving lives, but about losing cases, losing dollars. My second year, I took Dr. Gottlieb's bacteriology course, and that winter I spent more time with guinea pigs, mice, and rats than with people. I lived in a world of test tubes, filled with watery serum or deadly bacilli of roaring Bunsen flames and steaming sterilizers.
Hello,
That's
Aerosmith.
no good.
Oh, hello, Professor Gottlieb.
You're working late tonight. Let me see your slide.
Sure.
Aerosmith, you have craftsmanship.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, there is an art in science for a few. I see you already. And I watched you in the lab before.
Figure this out.
Let me see your notes.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps next thing you would like to try trypanosomes of sleeping sickness.
Yes, sir. I've been
They're very, very interesting and very ticklish to handle. It's quite a nice disease. In some villages in Africa, 50% of the people have it, and it is invariably fatal. Notes are not bad, but they can still be more complete. Aerosmith, the most important part of living is not the living, but pondering upon it. And the most important part of experimentation is not doing the experiment, but making notes. Very accurate notes.
I'll try to do better with my notes, Professor. I want to do research like you, Professor Gottlieb. You've accomplished so much. The whole world knows what you've done.
No, I have done nothing except be unpleasant to people that claim too much. But I have dreams of real discovery someday, and for that I need help. You see, Aerosmith, not 5 times in 5 years do I have a student who understands craftsmanship and precision and maybe some peak of imagination in hypotheses. And perhaps you may one day be such a student.
Wasn't like this before.
And perhaps we can help each other, you and I. So, now it's midnight. I would be pleased if you should come to my room and have a little sandwich out of Smith, and we can talk some more.
Dr. Gottlieb appointed me as student laboratory assistant. I felt very important. One day, in April, when I was at Zenith Hospital for a strain of bacillus from a patient.
Can I help
I'm
you?
Dr. Gottlieb's assistant. I'm looking for Dr. Clinton's patient, Ward D, number 17.
Second floor.
In the passage, there was a young probationer on her knees on the floor. Her yellow hair had fallen over her eyes, and her green and white uniform was as grubby as a pail of scrub water.
Hey, would you walk over on this side, please? I'm still scrubbing over there.
Nurse, I want to find Ward D.
Do you?
I do. I'm sorry to interrupt your work. It looks awfully important.
Well, it isn't. The superintendent of nurses put me up scrubbing. We aren't ever supposed to scrub floors, you know, because he caught me smoking a cigarette. There's no terror. If she found a child like you wandering around here, she'd drag you out by the ear.
It's my impression that even probationers learn that the first duty of a nurse is to stand when addressing a doctor. I'd like to find Ward D to take a strain of a very dangerous microbe, and if you'll kindly direct me to...
I'm sorry. I'm getting fresh again. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just... Scrubbing makes me bad-tempered. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but you do seem so young for a doctor.
I'm not. I'm a medical student. I was showing off.
So was I. Ouch, I'm so stiff.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks.
Pretty hard, this training for nursing, I guess.
Not so awful. But it's about as romantic as being a hired girl. That's what we call them in Dakota.
Come from Dakota?
I come from the most enterprising town in the entire state of North Dakota. Pennsylvania, it's called. It has 362 inhabitants. Are you in the new medical school?
Yeah, I'm a junior in Mohaland.
I bet you're good.
I don't know. I'm not much of a medic, really. I like the lab side. I think I'd be a bacteriologist. I'm not much for the bedside pen.
I'm glad you're not. You get it in here plenty. You ought to hear some of the doctors. That are the sweetest old pussies with their patients, the way they bawl out the nurses. But lads, now they seem sort of real, what I've seen of them. I don't suppose you can bluff a bacteria. What is a bacterium?
No, they're... Say, what do they call you?
Me? Oh, it's an idiotic name. Leora Soldier.
What's the matter with Leora? It's fine.
Do you really think so?
Say, when you get away from the hospital for dinner, would you go out with me? Say, tonight? Please.
All right.
We go to the Grand.
Oh, no, that's terribly expensive unless you're awfully rich. You aren't, are you?
I'm not. I just enough money to get through medical school, but I'd awfully like to show you.
Let's go to the Bijou. It's a nice place, and it isn't expensive, and they got a funny machine there. When you drop nickels in, it plays bouncy kind of tunes like a merry-go-round. See, I'm glad you're so crazy about your lab work, because, well, everybody was perfectly sane where I came from. I got awful tired of being crazy all alone.
Up to the present, even with the best of them, research has been largely a matter of trial and error. The empirical method is called. You try to establish a general law so you can predict what will happen the next time, the time after that. And that's where Gottlieb leaves all this detailed, grubbing, machine-made research. See what I mean?
Yes, I think I do. Anyway, I get the way you feel about him. You don't have to shout so, you know.
Oh, was I shouting? I didn't mean to. Only when I get to thinking about the way most of these props don't even know what Gottlieb's up to, these idiots don't even see the relation of his work on the synthesis of antibodies, the discoveries of Arrhenius. Gee. Hope I'm not boring you.
I'm loving it.
I get so technical and so noisy. You didn't even stop me and tell me I ought to have better manners.
I don't see anything wrong with your manners.
Don't you really?
Has someone been trying to bring you up?
Yeah, but not with any success.
Listen, I like having you trust me. I'm not earnest, and I haven't any brains whatever. But I do love it when my men think I'm intelligent enough to hear what they really do.
I've always known you, Leora.
Encounter scavengers fauna.
I'm not going to let you go. You're going to marry me. At the end of my medical course, the Orlando nurse, the city
You'll be happy with me because you can bully me. Because I'll tag after you the way no one else ever would. I'm stupid and ordinary.
Leora.
Oh, yes, I am. But I worship you. Your work's more important than I am. Maybe more important than you are. More... Oh, I do love you so.
We lived at Zenith Hospital. Or I did. She lived out of town. I saw as often as I could, but I didn't go near Dr. Gottlieb. The old man never said anything, but I remember the way he shook his head when he looked over the notes on my last half-hearted experiments. And my duties as an intern kept me too busy to do much regretting. I saw Gottlieb once more before I left
The environment is changing.
One night I was off duty. Leora and I were walking home from the movies, and ahead of us the tall, stooped figure of a man appeared coming towards us slowly down the street. Under the street lamp. Suddenly saw its face.
Martin, you still remember me?
Dr. Gottlieb. Of course. Remember you.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. I mean, I'm getting along, I guess. Dr. Gottlieb, I want you to meet my wife, Mr. Gottlieb.
Dr. Gottlieb, I'm glad to know you.
Thank you. Your husband, he was a good taster of little fun. Sometime, Mrs. Harrison.
Yes, that's
Recorded log found.
Good night, Dr.
Added to
Gottlieb.
data bank. Playing back now.
So that's your Dr. Gottlieb.
Scout log.
How's your sex?
Atropos.
I think he's the
Elapsed
greatest man
time,
I've ever seen.
30 minutes since his last crash.
But he is.
Whole areas of this forest are rearranging themselves like a fluid puzzle
The
after
first man I
each.
ever laid eyes on it, I'd lose you for him, Martin, if you wanted me.
Whenever I return, per Astra protocol, I will not be recovered until I reach the broadcast signal. If you're
I
hearing
bet you
this,
should, Martin.
you are stuck here too.
So would I, Leora.
I didn't remember recording.
We didn't see Dr. Gottlieb again before we left Zenith. Leora's family wanted to come to their town in Dakota to finish my training. The officer financed me while I started my practice. Soon after we arrived, they held a family council with Mrs. Souza presiding.
Hospital fauna dispatched.
Nice idea, Martin. Why can't we fix you up an office out in the barn? It would be so handy to the house for you to get to meals on time. You could keep an eye on the house.
The barn? I don't think you understand, Mother Souza.
Why, yes, to the old harness room. It's partly sealed, and we could put in some nice tar paper or even beaver
Mother Souza, what
board.
the dickens do you think I'm planning to do? I'm not a hired man in a livery stable or a kid looking for a place to put his bird's eggs. I was thinking of opening an office as a physician.
Yeah, but you aren't much of a physician yet. You're just getting your toes in.
Darn good physician, Bert.
Now, look here, Mark. As we're putting up the money, I don't want to be a tightwad, but after all, a dollar is a dollar. If we furnish the dough, we've got to decide the best way to spend it. Isn't that so, Pop?
Look, Father, I want you to lend us $1,000 outright. Use it we see fit.
$1,000?
We'll pay you 6%. No, we won't. We'll pay 5. That's enough.
The mortgage is bringing 6, 7, and 8.
5's enough. And we want our own say, absolute, as to how we use it. To fix up an office or anything else.
Now, Leo, you're crazy.
They've never played a flight
I
simulator.
suppose we'll have to lend you some money, but you'll blame well come to us for it from time to time. And you'll blame well take our advice.
Bertie.
And the barn's plenty good enough.
Bertie, I know what we'll do. You seem to have the barn on your brain. You move your old bank there, and Martin will take the bank building for his office.
Now, there's no sense to you two showing off and trying to be smart.
Either you do what I say, just exactly what I say, or Martin and I take the first train back to Zenith, and I mean it. Plenty of places open from there with a big salary, so we won't have to be dependent on anybody.
Well, now, don't take it that way.
Well, do we get our $1,000, or do we go back to Zenith?
Leora won out. I got my office. It was in a rickety building near the station. We nailed a new sign on the door. On it were gold letters.
Martin Aristide Smith, M.D. Gee, Martin, it looks grand. And it's fun having a place all your own, isn't it?
Yeah. I wish the patients would start coming in, though. I kind of expected a few of them today.
You don't know this town.
Setting
The farmers will watch that sign until the shine's all off, and then one of them will maybe have the courage to try the new doctor.
What am I going to do, just sit here and wait?
Come over here, Martin. I'll show you what you're going to do.
There's a
See
mailer.
this old box? Well, here's an order I swiped from home. You're going to bore holes in that box just big enough to hold test tubes. And I'm rigging up an oven contraption for a sterilizer.
You figured all that out for me?
No, not for you.
Photo mode, so you can
For an old man who believes in you.
My first patient had an ulcerated tooth. I pulled it. The second had run a fish hook in his finger. I cauterized the wound. Both patients lived. I expected a stream of patients from then on. I even made a first installment on a Ford car. Then I was awakened one morning at 3 o'clock.
Martin, wake up. Quick, it's the telephone.
All right, just a second. Hello? Hello? Yes, this is the doctor speaking. Henry Novak? Leopolis Road. Yeah. Let's see. Since last night? All right, I'll drive right over. Mr. Novak?
Doctor, come in. Yes, that's right. This way, Doctor. The little one is breathing
Hot
bad.
water, Novak, quickly. Here, baby. Baby, open your mouth. That's a good girl. Give me your hand.
Here's water, Doctor.
All right.
How is she?
Come over here, Novak.
Love depth.
Child's pretty sick. Looks like diphtheria. Brought some
Okay, let's see if we
antitoxin
can
and injected.
restore this
Let me check.
man.
Yes, Doctor. She very sick.
I'm afraid so. I'll give her some hot clothes, towels, napkins, anything. This room ought to be moist to keep water boiling on that stove.
All right, Doctor. I do everything you say, just so you save her.
There now. We'll inject. Towel. Towel.
Here's some towels, Doctor.
Wrap her up. Lift that side. This way.
Doctor.
Yep. Yes, what?
Doctor. What's wrong?
Oh, thank you. That's going to make me so much more precise. So you dash,
Leora.
dash.
Leora, it was my fault.
Martin, don't.
I should have operated. I should have operated. She'll be all right now. Operate. I did the wrong thing.
You did all you could, Martin. Probably all anyone could do. They called you too late this time.
I'll never practice medicine again. I'll never...
Stop saying those things. It'll be different in the morning.
No, it's no use. I'm through. I'm no good. I can't face people in this town I know about. I'm through.
Martin, listen to me. Do you really think you're the only doctor that ever lost a patient? You did the thing. Now get some sleep, Martin.
Well, I did get over it. In a couple of years, I built up a pretty fair practice at Wheat, Sylvania. I became a director of Bert Tozer's bank. It was a good life in a way. In the summer, Leora and I drove over to the Mississippi River for picnic suppers and for swimming. In autumn, there was duck hunting. The winter sleigh rides and socials. Then one day, my 4th year there, Sundelius, the great scientist and plague fighter, came to Minneapolis to lecture, and I made the 60-mile trip to hear him. After the lecture, I waited to talk to him. There were things I wanted to ask him. He invited me to a beer garden.
How did they like my lecture?
Well, they liked it fine, Dr. Sundelius.
Oh, so hot tonight. I've been lecturing 9 times a week, Des Moines, Fort George, LaCrosse, Elgin, and I forget. Was it all right, really?
Honestly, I've
Security system
never enjoyed
count.
anything so much in my life.
Smith, they hated my lecture, but you make me feel like a prophet. Come, have another drink.
All right.
As a hygienist, I warn alcohol. In excessive quantities is almost as bad as ice cream seltzer. But as one who's fond of talking, I find a nice long glass of lager a great solvent for human idiocy.
Remember that.
Now then, my friend, what do you wish to know?
I'll tell you, Doctor, I'd like you to tell me, they have city health bureaus in Europe?
They do. They are only less ineffectual than our own. See that girl at the table over there?
Yeah. What about it?
What ankles? What shoulders?
And
It's good theater. That's the Lord. Actually, that's nonsense. I would give it up now. Wearing dress clothes is not my attitude.
Doctor, you know Dr. Gottlieb?
Gottlieb, I should say I know him. He is now the Institute of Attorney. Gottlieb was a straight instead of straight. Gottlieb was not 6 years born like being, Gottlieb at home and work. Makes me look like a circus clown. He shows me what a fool I am. He is a spiritual science. He is the leader in our fight to push disease off the earth.
Wanted me to work with him once.
instead of peddling pills. Maybe you will follow me as Godly. It's one and the same. We scientists, we must work together. Make a new world. Good world for men to live in. Wait! Bring another beer.
That winter, I did some experiments on the relation of the Mollison production of the age of culture. My findings were published in the Journal of Infectious Diseases, and then things began to change for me in Pennsylvania. An epidemic of blackleg broke out among the cattle in Princeton County, and the state veterinarian has been called, but the disease was spreading. With Leora's help, I made a new vaccine in my homemade lab. I injected cattle without charge and the disease stopped. The veterinary sent in a complaint to the State Board of Health reporting my interference, and then I discovered that a farmer's wife was a typhoid carrier in a section where the disease was prevalent. I demanded that she be quarantined, and the community rose up in arms about it. A meeting was held demanding my removal, but the quarantine was enforced, and the typhoid was disappeared. Then I made the mistake that finished me in Pennsylvania. Two farmers' children fell ill. I diagnosed their cases as smallpox and demanded several vaccinations throughout the county. Cases turned out to be chickenpox. After that, life became impossible. In August, Leora and I went to the county fair, I remember. On the fairgrounds, I seemed to cause more interest among the farmers than any of the exhibits.
Hey, Doc, run over and see my melons. They grow back from that smallpox.
That's all
Karen Smith, how are you today? Got a business
Astra,
opportunity, Doc.
Helios is gone. Celine hang out.
Yeah, I expect he's got playing enough. Ain't had more smallpox cases lately, have you, Doc?
Yeah, what's the little fingers on that smallpox epidemic you discovered, huh?
Here, Mr. Karen Smith, them Broadway work.
Well, you should go in for fancy diseases, Doc. You ain't found any cholera, have you?
Yeah. Looks like I'm licked, Leora. Might as well get out. Nothing more I can do here. Take years before they trust me again.
I'm glad, Martin. You're too good for them here.
I've learned a little something here, even if I'd failed. Yeah, I guess I don't know how to handle people, that's all. I could stick it out, and I would. Except that life's short, and I think I'm a good worker in some ways. Got me, sort. Maybe I'll still get a chance.
Where do we go, Martin?
I have to find maybe where I can be useful.
Here's being married. You're expected to be a pillar of the community. Now I'll have to follow you out on the road and be a hobo. Well, I'm too lazy to look up a new husband. Martin.
Yeah.
Remember that old Dr. Gottlieb gave you? The first night we were together, you told it to me. Say it again. No.
I'll try. I don't know if I can remember it. God give me unclouded eyes and freedom from hate. God give me quiet and relentless anger against all pretense and all pretentious work and all work left slack and finished. God give me a restlessness whereby I may neither sleep nor accept praise till my observed results equal my calculated results. For in pious glee I discover and assault my error. God give me strength not to trust God.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Aerosmith, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is a play about doctors, and the doctor is one servant of humanity we all know and respect, and in our varying ways, appreciate. Of course, Dr. Aerosmith is a research man, and the doctor you and I know best is a general practitioner, a family doctor. But both of them work for the greater health and happiness of humanity, one in his laboratory, the other right here in our homes. The family doctor keeps a vigilant eye on the welfare of our children, advises us on their sleep and exercise and their diet. Most doctors, for instance, agree that every boy or girl should have at least a quart of milk each day. In this connection, I'd like to tell you of a pleasant and practical way to give your children more milk. Have cream soup frequently. Nearly every youngster is fond of soup, especially such favorites as Campbell's tomato, or pea, or celery, or asparagus. Simply make them extra nourishing by adding good wholesome milk instead of water. I'm sure it'll do your heart good to see how children go for it. Because you know they are getting the good food value of soup and the high nutritional benefits of milk. Let me repeat the soups I mentioned before. Campbell's tomato soup, Campbell's pea soup, Campbell's celery soup, Campbell's asparagus soup. I wish I had the time to describe each of them to you, but I urge you to serve them and find out for yourself how good they are. And remember, when combined with milk, each of them becomes still more nourishing. And now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Aerosmith, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
Through Dr. Gottlieb, I got a position at the McGurk Institute in New York. My laboratory there was the finest I'd ever seen. I had a trained assistant. I had all the apparatus known to research. And in the midst of all this white tile, scientific splendor, Dr. Gottlieb was waiting for me.
Martin.
Oh, it's Dr. Gottlieb.
Martin, this is very good. You are here to see my laboratory.
You know how grateful I am to you, Dr.
Oh,
Gottlieb.
glad to see you. I have an idea to for you. That little girl. Yeah, she make you work.
Yeah, Dr. Gottlieb. Do you really think I know enough to work here? I want terribly to succeed.
Oh, yeah. Word that little schoolboys do to the University of Philomena. Means passing examination. But not limited here. You know something of laboratory technique. You heard about these bacilli. You are not a good chemist, and mathematics, almost terrible.
I've discovered
But you have curiosity and you are
stubborn.
stubborn.
Like the
I think you will
architects.
either make a very good scientist
This is
or a
the
very bad
sentience
one.
that broadcasts the white shadows.
This is your chance to find out, Aerosmith.
I went to work that year trying to produce a more effective antitoxin for treatment of tropical diseases. I fumbled at first. I made vast
It is
experiments, but no
impossible to
results. I
escape.
tried again.
I have tried everything.
Day after day.
I'm always brought back by...
Week after week.
There is a moment between death
For a
and
few hours, I
rebirth
thought I'd found
when
something.
tentacles drag me down,
Martin, you're home
screaming,
early.
Yeah, yes I am.
drowning,
I'm just up already, but I'll make it right away.
returning.
You'll probably want to get back in a hurry, huh?
No, I'm not going back, lad. Not tonight, Leora. Tell you what, let's go out to dinner in the movies or something.
Martin, what's the matter? Do you suddenly feel that you had to entertain me?
I don't want to go back to the lab. I don't know if I ever want to go back.
Stop predator.
I don't think Dr. Cotton. You all right? No. What's my key?
Is it really?
There are all kinds of things. They expect me to accomplish. You can't inoculate people with a certain right. I go on forever experimenting every time. I'm beginning to think I've got the habit of failing.
usually do. And when you come home at midnight, there'll be a plate of sandwiches on the table here. And then if you've been real good, you can go to bed. Now go on. Put on your coat.
It was that night I noticed a curious thing. Almost under my eyes, a plastic bacteria suddenly cleared. Some unknown organism destroyed the germs in my culture. So I spent 5 days and 5 nights in the lab, and the aura slipped in with sandwiches and coffee, and then slipped out again unnoticed. And on the evening of the 5th day, I isolated the germ killers. I called it the X-principle. I went out and got drunk. Then I slept for 2 days. The 3rd day, I went back to the McGurk Institute. There was a message from Dr. Gottlieb to go and see him.
Well, Martin, I have something I must say to you. Mr. McGurk has talked to me. He has heard of this discovery of yours, this X-principle. He's very happy. He wishes to establish you here for you a new department of pathology with you as head.
What shall I do, Dr. Gottlieb? Shall I accept?
No, Martin, I don't think you will.
Why not? Shouldn't I?
Something sort of bad, well, perhaps not altogether bad, has happened.
Bad? Well, what is it?
Oh, in a way, it is a pity, Martin, what I have to tell you. You are not the discoverer of the X-principle.
What?
Someone else has done it.
They have not. I've searched all literature, and except for Bernstein, not one person has even... Good Lord, Dr. Gottlieb, you mean that all I've done all these months has just been wasted? And I'm a fool.
Well, anyway, Dubois of the Pasteur Institute has just now published in the Compte Rendu this report. It is your X-principle absolute. Only he calls it bacteriophage.
Lord, maybe I oughtn't to care, but...
Of course, you could claim to be co-discoverer. Spend the rest of your life fighting to get recognized, or you could forget it and write a nice letter congratulating Dubois.
I'll go back to work. Nothing else to do. I guess McGurk will trust the new department.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
I'll have time to finish my research. Maybe just the points that Dubois hasn't hit on. I'll publish it, corroborate it. Found it. Give me the report, Doctor. I suppose now you're glad that I'm saved from being a success.
Well, I ought to be. It is a sin against my religion that I am not. But I am getting old, and you are my friend. I am sorry that you are not to have the fun of being pretentious and successful for a while. Martin, it is nice that you will cooperate with Dubois.
Cam, are you doing
That is
okay?
work not to care too much if somebody else does.
So now I threw myself into the task of making a serum to combat all kinds of diseases. I immunized rabbits against pneumonia and found that the immunity spread to other rabbits. Then I injected rats with deadly bubonic germs and produced an immunity to the plague. My lab became known as the pest house. I practically lived in it. Then one day, a visitor came to the Institute. Sundelius!
How are you, my boy?
I haven't seen you since...
Oh, that night we drank so much lager, huh? I remember. I had to carry you to the hotel.
Well, Doctor, I had a notion it was the other way around.
Yeah? No matter. We help each other, huh? Well, what did I tell you, Alice? You belong in such a place as this. Taking diseases off the earth. They tell me you made a fine serum.
I'm still making it.
How would you like me to help you, Martin?
You mean?
Oh, no. Not here in the laboratory. In the big laboratory, the world. Place where we fight the plague like bubonic. There's now on the island St. Hubert. Soon it may spread through the West Indies. And there, who knows?
Thanks, Sundelius. I have to finish my experiment. I'm still not sure of my serum. Maybe later.
Oh, Martin, listen to me. You can be sure of your serum only one way, by testing it. Not on guinea pigs, on human beings. Oh, my boy. Come up,
I couldn't promise that. I have to speak to Dr. Gottlieb.
I've spoken to them already. Yes, we've been fighting against you. I hope these day after tomorrow.
Sound guys, say something, man.
We'll have such good fun. And maybe we wipe out old devil bubonic. Huh?
Okay, I've been for the last however long the feed has been going.
No, Leori, I'm not going with
It's
you.
come to me that you just put in and has me up very high, so you couldn't hear me at all. I've been texting you, and messaging you, and messaging wherever I could think of.
A lot of money on 10 dresses. Though I bet St. Hubert is one bit hotter than Dakota on an outdoor
Listen, Leora, darling, listen. I do think the serum will immunize against the plague. You bet I'll be mighty well injected with it myself, but I don't know.
Subtitles are half covered up.
Oh, it's
The movie doesn't go with the sound. I don't know what you're doing.
can't go, sweet.
Martin, don't you know I had a life outside of you? I might have had, but honestly, I've been glad to let you persuade me. I'm lazy and useless and ignorant, except as maybe I can keep you comfortable. If you were off there, and I didn't know you were all right,
Just
or if
media.
you died,
It doesn't necessarily go with the
I'd go mad.
movie.
I mean it. Can't you see I mean it? I'd go mad. It's just, I'm you. I've got to be with you. And I will help you, make your serum and everything. You know
Yeah,
how
like
I
you
can
say,
help you.
it's all at the same time.
Maybe you wouldn't find anybody that could help you, even my little bit. I'll cook and everything.
Darling, don't make it harder for me. It's going to be hard enough.
Mom, don't scare you with your stuck-up expression.
Well, it's like it's classic Aerosmith. It's like this is the fuck and roll thing. And then there was a commercial going on, and then the thing was still happening. And it's like, oh my god, I just couldn't do it. And turned it off.
But I don't care. I'd rather have you than
Well, that's awesome, Ben, and I'm glad you're having fun in your game. It's my interest is
Yeah? Me, Dr. I've come to say goodbye.
Goodbye. That has been perhaps you're right. Perhaps we don't see each other again. Aerosmith, I am growing old and I have my worries.
I want a sword.
You are a man and you are a genuine worker, you know? But don't mind if I give you some advice.
Trust me, I do.
Be sure you don't let anything, not even your own kind heart, spoil your experiments with you. Remember to use the serum with only half your patients and keep the others at control under normal hygienic conditions. Pay no attention to what Sandeli says.
oh, it's too much for him, Brady. He can't handle it.
But he is not a scientist. So many men, Martin, are
It was
kind and
ridiculous.
you have added to knowledge. You have the chance.
What a fucking things.
You may be the man that ends all plague. You must have pity, but not for those you see dying. You must have pity for generation after generation yet to come. That is your work, Martin. And whatever God there is, may he bless you.
I promise to do what you say, Doctor.
Well, maybe old Gottlieb will have help too, maybe.
Leora and I sailed the next day from Hoboken. Very late at night, 10 days later, our ship dropped anchor in the harbor of St. Hubert. The island was quarantined, so no one was taken on board. Sandeli, Leora, and I stood alone on the deck. On shore, we spied a few lights. One appeared to be moving toward us, but most of the town was dark. Dark and still.
You're the port doctor? No, not exactly. I'm Dr. Stokes in St. Swithin's Parish. For all of us, almost everything nowadays. The port doctor died a couple of days ago. How many of your body parts you got now? Lord knows. Maybe 1,000. 10 million rats. So sleepy. Well, we better be going ashore. Here, I'll help you with your bag.
Listen, Leora. You better stay on the ship. You better not come. Please don't.
Not come. And me, secretary and technical assistant of the McGirt Commission? Oh. Martin.
Yes, John.
Gosh, I'm scared blue.
The next morning, we woke in a bungalow at the edge of the town. The port doctor lived there, but he went out one morning and never came back. After breakfast, we walked down a silent street. House shutters were closed. It was a crying woman and a bewildered child. I remember following an open wagon on which were heaped a dozen stiff bodies. That afternoon I started to inject, as Gottlieb had instructed me, every other man. Sandelius strapped his wrists, put on high boots, and made ready for his rat crusade.
Today, my friends, I'm Sandelius, Captain General of Rats. If there were no rats, there'd be no bugs carrying the bunny. But I fixed it. I just walk into a place and the rats say, here's that old Uncle Gustav. Well, what's the use? And they turn up their toes and die. Well, goodbye.
Hey, Gustav.
What is it?
You're not going out, Gustav, until you've had an injection of germ. Come on over.
No, Martin. Not until you give up your experiment. Promise to inject all of these people. Every one of them.
New technology
I know what
discovered.
Gottlieb told you.
Augmented
Used to inoculate
with
part of the people, use them for controls for guinea pigs. Pay no attention to that wild man Sandelius. No scientist. I say to Gottlieb, humanity is more important than science.
Science is for humanity, Gustav, for all humanity, not just people.
Highly inactive, Dave. This is
No. I'll do anything for you, but not that. I now want to fight the rats. I shall break all the laws of property. I shall set fire to warehouses. I shall even burn bricks. I shall drive out the rats from the hiding place. Then, at my point, drop the rats with cover. I shoot them with guns, poison them with gas, and then when I come back, we drink and we celebrate.
A week later, we found Sandelius. He was lying on the ground. God, his blood.
Kind hand of the like my little
Your eyes.
He's one of those rats. I was just thinking I'm going to quarantine myself. Yeah, Gottlieb is right about these deaths of the gods. The best one is the topic. God's planning for business. Flowers, food, the neighbors seem to go so well that they don't work again. They laugh, they're stuck in volcanoes, naked. The nastiest trick they ever played on man was invented.
Please, let's make your strength, Gustav. Pull you through. I'm going to get in stir right now. So we can't stop you.
Too late for anything. Too late for anything. Another third time. Once more, we stopped them and put down the road and pay the first postcode. The whole week of the year, one good last done. I'm very peaceful. Because it's under. Life is a good game. Give these poor people a chance. Say so. Come on. Do it.
Sandelius became delirious. Early next morning, he died. From that day, I injected everybody who wanted my serum. I threw away my notes. I injected as fast as I could, day and night. The plague gradually diminished. First boat was scheduled to clear quarantine in a few days. The work was almost over. We watched the ship dock from the porch of our bungalow.
Martin, Dr. Stokes was here today.
Was he?
Yes, there are some new cases at St. Swithin. He believes it's spreading up there.
I'll leave the supplies here before we go.
Go?
Sure. We've done all we could, Mrs. Hubert.
Yes. We've done everything but what we came down here to do.
Oh, please, dear, don't bring that up again. Please, I couldn't. You know why?
And what are you going to tell Dr. Gottlieb? That you failed him? That's true, isn't it?
The fact that the plague diminished as soon as I began injecting the serum proves...
Proves nothing, Martin. You know that. Perhaps the epidemic stopped of its own accord. You don't know. And you'll never know until you get into this experiment. The last month since Swithin. Down next. That was helpful in the Let's finish our job.
All right, so begin.
Doctor. Sergeant, you write the names down and I'll call them out. Yes, sir.
I'm ready.
Come on! Move up one at a time!
Every other one here. Every other one on that side.
The right on there. Now the doctor.
Yes, no, still. Maybe. Oh, no. Move on.
Don't blame us. Get down, Sergeant. Don't follow him. Hold back! Hold slow! Rotating, baby! Don't draw! Get your way! Don't back there! I'll shoot the first man who gets out of line! Now move on one at a time! All right. Let's go for now. Come back in an hour after lunch.
Leora, what's the matter?
Nothing, darling. Just a little tired, I guess.
No wonder you poor kid. I'm going to take you home, put you to bed.
Thanks, your one more day. Nothing's going to stop you now.
I'm still thinking out
We'll meet him here. I'm on my way. What better be afraid of?
Darling, you're not afraid of it.
Yes, one more. I'd be afraid of you. It's so near. And it's our big small building. It's everything you can work towards. It's our whole life. I'll be done now.
I'll come down to the house once I finish.
Just one thing. I forgot my second shot of serum yesterday. And I do need something.
Darling, give me your arm. I love your arms. There.
I love you. And thank you. For everything.
Well, thank you. Oh, darling.
But you don't know what it means to someone like me who doesn't amount to so much, getting a chance to be with somebody who does. Oh, Martin, I'm so proud of you and what you've done.
Darling, if there's anything we've accomplished...
Acquired a xenotype weapon.
Or anywhere.
Similar to our
Not
current
mine
technology.
or yours. It's ours together. Say, why are we talking this way to each other? Leora, something wrong.
Crook now. It was silly talk, wasn't it?
Discovered a massive wall beyond which is the
I
white
wouldn't
shadow
miss
signal.
anything, Martin.
I can't
Not
cross the
anything.
chasm.
In our whole
For now, I'll change objectives and investigate the energy reading in the forest. Scout log, Atropos.
I injected the last native,
Triggered the broadcast.
collected my notes, and Stokes
Do you
drove
see
me
the
back to
white
the
shadow
bungalow.
is something that only I should know?
On the bed across
Now,
the
out of
pool
literally
was torn
nowhere,
mosquito
I'm
netting.
hearing it again.
I found
Are the
Leora's
sentience
body,
involved?
very
They have
frail
known.
and very still.
I need to believe there are answers in the signal.
I told her everything. I don't know what I said. And that evening I dug a deep pit in the garden and carried her there. A high and windy garden looking toward the sea. When I got back to New York, my notes got published, and I got started working again. And now, standing in this great hall, I have a scroll of parchment in my hand. I know that the world is just honored my work. And that this is
been listening to the Campbell House production of Aerosmith, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. And here he is, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the road. The road is what actors call the theater outside of New York. Had its ups and downs, as you know. The last 2 years, during which Miss Hayes brought her wonderful performance of Victoria and Victoria Regina from 45 cities all over the nation was definitely to call them up. Miss Hayes concluded her engagement in Victoria only last Saturday after making theatrical history.
Thank you.
Great honor to have her with us tonight, and I'd like to thank her. And Helen, I'm sure that everyone in the theater and everyone who goes to the theater is curious about your plans for the future. What are you going to do next?
I'm going to take a darn good rest.
With your permission, Miss Hayes, I'll tell our audience what a rest means to you. It means, ladies and gentlemen, going back to being Mrs. Charles MacArthur, taking care of 2 children and a house overlooking the Hudson River at Nyack, New York, and of course, overseeing the family farm in the hills a few miles away. Miss Hayes, am I correctly informed that the MacArthur family even goes so far as to grow its own milk?
Mm-hmm. We do have 4 jerseys. And we hope that by economy and careful management, we can eventually get the cost of our milk down to $1 a quart.
I hope you do, Mrs. MacArthur. And I hope even more that Helen Hayes will very soon be back with another play as fine as Victoria Regina. And on behalf of my sponsors, the Campbell and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, I want to thank you for coming here tonight. And now, here's our chapel.
In a moment or two, Orson Welles will bring us news of next week's story. A little while ago, I spoke of the excellent flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. It is this flavor that has made tomato soup the most popular soup in all the world, more often served and eaten than any other. It is this flavor, too, that comes from the fact that tomato soup is seldom made at home. Indeed, the delicious taste of Campbell's tomato soup is so widely known, so well liked, that women have come to see that making tomato soup at home is a task that they can dispense with. Indeed, women everywhere can see that they cannot match the superb flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. So whether you make soup at home or not, here's one soup you should buy to keep on hand. Your family will like Campbell's tomato soup, and the chances are they'll like to have it often. They'll delight in the sunny, glowing red of it, the racy aroma that steams up from the plate, the smooth texture and fine taste of each spoonful, first to last. Why don't you and your family enjoy this great soup this weekend? Put it on tomorrow's grocery list. Campbell's tomato soup. In tonight's presentation in the Campbell Playhouse, Orson Welles and our guest, Helen Hayes, was heard in the roles of Martin Aerosmith and the Theora. Professor Gottlieb was played by Ray Collins, Sundelius was played by Frank Reddick, Soldier by Edward Thorne. Al Franklin played Henry Novak, Nancy Thomas played Mr. Chosen, and Carl Franklin played Mr. Music for the Campbell Playhouse was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herman. And now, Orson Welles, will you tell us about next week's show?
Well, next week, our story is a classic show. The saga of an aeroplane that crashed into a private home, well-managed Rajah, which of his word was law. To the positive way. The Green Goddess, starring Mad Honey Carroll, saved from my touchdown. Yet the nick of time, still that fateful hour, on the same station. My sponsor, Campbell Soup, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup, John Orson Welles, is inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll. Meanwhile, if you enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sounds quiet. So we go. This one doesn't have.
Soon on Broadway. Tonight, opening notwithstanding, she kept her promise, and here she is to play Maggie for you. Maggie in the beautiful, warm-hearted comedy, What Every Woman Knows. J.M. Barrie play. As you saw Miss Hayes in the play on the movie picture, you will never forget it. I'd like to tell you more about it. I'd like to talk about Barrie, about Miss Hayes too, but I'd rather give the time to show it to you. And I hope when it's over, you'll agree with me. Now, just before we begin, here's a word from Leonard Chapman.
The other night, I had an opportunity to look over a real old American family cookbook. And as I read a number of different recipes for preparing chicken. Just in front of it, I counted them, and would you believe it, there were 88. Now, of course, some of us like chicken prepared one way, some another. But however we prefer it, roasted to a delicate brown, crisply fried in southern style, or tenderly fricasseed, there's just no denying that we in this country do like our chicken. Now, I think it's because we like chicken so well that Campbell's chicken soup continues to grow so steadily in popularity. Here indeed is a chicken that is chicken, through and through. From your first appreciative sip of the golden gleaming broth to the last delicious drop, you'll taste real chicken. And there are whole pieces of tender chicken meat in it, and fluffy white rice full of the flavor of the chicken, to add still more of the hot enjoyment of this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Won't you have it for dinner, perhaps tomorrow night? And now Helen Hayes and Orson Welles tell us what every woman knows.
A few minutes ago, the clock in the Wiley home struck 10. And a few minutes before that, Alec Wiley and David, his son, came in from outside wearing black coats and their saddle boots. Now they've sat down in the little room which David calls the wet room. The room, which is to him the natural name for any apartment without bed. Maggie Wiley, who is David's sister, calls it the library, because there's a bookcase of pitch vinyl on one wall which contains 600 books with a glass door to prevent you from getting at them. We could describe Maggie Wiley for you at great length, but what's the use? What you really want to know is whether she's good-looking. No, she's not. She has a soft speech and a more resolute manner than is perhaps fitting to her plainness and, well, in a few seconds she'll be with you herself. Maggie is not good-looking.
Here, Maggie, was the minister of Galicia. Yes, we remember this, Father. And, I mean...
I suppose you mean what you say, Father. I hear, David, that the minister of Galicia is to be married to that Miss Turnbull.
Well, I can see she's made a poor bargain.
How can you say that, Father, when you don't know her? expect it is full of charm.
Charm? What is that exactly, ma'am?
Oh, it's a sort of bloom on a woman. If you have it, and if you don't have it, it doesn't much matter whatever you have. Some women have charm for all, and most have charm for one. And some have charm for none.
Well, I have a sister that has charm.
No, David, you haven't. But you'll come now. Let's be practical. Let's go to our bed. It's 10:15.
Well, I don't feel very sleepy yet. Nor me either. You go along, Maggie. Good night to you, Maggie.
Both of you want sleepy? What is it well known 10 o'clock? Is our regular bedtime?
Yes, it's common knowledge that we go to our bed at 10, Maggie. That's what we're counting on.
Counting on? There's something up. You've got to tell me, Father.
Maggie, there are burglars about.
Burglars?
We aren't meant for the chariot to be absent, but they've been in this room twice of late. The policeman saw men climb out of this window last Tuesday.
Father, the silver plate.
That's simple, yes. But we were thinking that very likely he'd come again tonight. So now, if you'll go to bed, Maggie.
You? And my family in danger?
There's just one of them.
The policeman just saw one.
I'd be very pleased if there were two of them.
I would be very pleased if there were 3 of them. And I watch with you.
Father, he's there. I saw him sliding down the garden wall close to the door.
What's he like?
He's a lovely customer. That's all I could see. He ordered in. And it's there now. The whistle is heavy. Out with the light.
I will not.
Then into the hallway. See her in the door. Even you go into the kitchen. I'll be in the hallway, Maggie.
I'm a brilliant scholar.
What's your professor's opinion of your future?
They think me a young man of extraordinary promise.
You have a name here for high moral character.
And justly.
Are you serious-minded?
I never laughed in my life.
Are you a Sabbath school teacher?
I am.
One more question. Are you promised?
Dear lady?
Yes.
I've never given one of them a single word of encouragement. I'm too much occupied thinking about my career.
Oh. Father, if you'll come outside just 1 minute, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Yes, Judy.
Do you want me to, Father?
No, Maggie, just fine. Keep an eye on Mr. Shan.
I don't know what maggot they've got in their head, but sit down, young man, till they come back.
My name's Mr. Shan. Until I'm called that, I decline to sit down again in this house.
Then I'm thinking, young sir, you'll have a weary wait.
Sit down, Mr. Shan, down before you stare. You'll have a thimbleful of something to keep the cold out. Glasses, Maggie. You're not a toddler, I hope.
I'm practically a toddler.
Well, so... How do you take it? Maggie, will you get the glasses?
Yes, David.
What's he coming back? Mr. Stan, we have enough to make it.
No patch on this.
Strict to your business affair. Leave it to me, Father. Maggie,
Don't you see you're not one?
I do, David.
Why are you not glued in? I have a proposition to put before Mr. Shand, and you're swimming that out of peace and business time.
I'll stay here.
Well, we'll have to let it bide, David. Very well, then. But Maggie, sit here at the table and don't interfere, mind. Mr. Shand, we're willing, the two of us, to lay out £300 on your education.
Take care.
On condition that 5 years from now, Maggie, while he is still unmarried, can claim to marry you if such be her wish. The thing to be perfectly open on her side, but you to be strictly tied down. So whatever you decide.
I regret
What do you regret to say because I decide against it? Oh, and I think it's very ill done of you to make any such proposal.
Quiet, Maggie. That's no reason why we shouldn't have an friendly opinion. Your objections, Mr. Shand?
simply it's a one-sided bargain. I admit I'm no catch at present, but what could a man of my abilities not soar to with £300? Something far above what he could aspire to.
The position is that without the 300, you can't soar.
You have me there.
You're safeguarded, Maggie. You don't need to take him unless you like.
That's an unfair arrangement also.
I wouldn't really love it without that condition.
Then you are thinking of it.
It's a good arrangement for you, Shand. The chances are you'll never have to go on with it until official marriage. She's runner.
It's just keeping me in the reserve in case this is going better. Another thing. Supposing I was to get fond of it. Yes. And it's fortunate that you cannot go by.
Let's laugh, Mr. Shand.
What's her age? He looks young, but they say it's the color of the lips. I can't take that for an answer.
And you're 25.
I'm just 21.
About 4 years difference in the age without your feet.
Willing if she's willing.
Margie?
There can be no ifs about it. It must be an offer.
Ah, shan't give a Wiley such a chance to humiliate him, never.
Then all is off.
Come, Mr. Shand, it's just a form.
Well, Miss Maggie, will you?
Is it an offer?
Yes?
Before I answer you, I want first to give you a chance at drawing back.
Maggie.
When they said that I'd been run after, they were misleading you. Nobody's ever been after me.
Oh,
They will be, yes.
And there's one thing more. David said I'm 25. He's wrong. I'm 26.
aha.
Now be practical, Mr. Shand. Do you withdraw from the bargain? Or do you not?
It's a bargain.
Then so be it.
I'll have the document ready for you. I think, Maggie, you might see Mr. Shand to the door.
Certainly. This way, John. Have you unlocked it, John?
Yes, I have it.
I think you better put it twice.
Well, it's a most romantic affair. I wonder who it'll turn out. She's queer, Maggie. I wonder how some clever writer has never noticed how queer women are. It's my belief you can write a whole book about them. It was very noble of her to tell him she's 26. But I thought she was 27.
6 years have elapsed, and John Shand's great hour has come. Perhaps his great hour really lies ahead of him. Perhaps he had it 6 years ago. It often passes us by in the night, with such a faint call that we don't even turn in our beds. But according to the trumpets, this is John's great hour. He's standing for Parliament, and this is the election night.
I'm in, I'm elected. Majority 244, I'm John Shand, MP. Majority 244, I've beaten the baronet, I've done it, Maggie, and not a soul to help me, I've done it alone.
Yes, John.
I'm as hoarse as a crow, and I have to address a Caucasian club yet.
You stay right there, John, and rest yourself a minute. What are you frowning at?
I was thinking of the Peregrine. Just because I beat him, he took mean advantage and congratulated me in French.
Oh, would it help you, John, if you were to marry a woman who could speak French?
Not at all.
Mon cher John, laissez-moi parler français. Je suis la seule française de ma famille écossaise.
Listen to her, John. Listen to her. She's been learning French without knowing it.
Very good, Maggie, very good.
Wait a minute, John. Look at me. Look at me. This is London. And this is our first reception, and Mrs. John Sand is receiving at the door. How do you do, Sir Peregrine? J'espère que vous êtes très bien. So sorry we beat you at the polls.
I'm thinking the baronet would sit on you, Maggie.
I've invited a lord to sit on the baronet.
Maggie, you're daft.
Mr. Shan! Mr. Shan! What is it?
It's some swells. They're outside, a carriage and pair. Two ladies, and they asked to see you.
You know who they are?
One of them is Lady Sybil Tenterton.
Lady Sybil, eh?
Who's she, John?
That's the sister of the baronet.
A married woman?
No, Maggie.
And there's an older lady. Foreigner, she sounds like. What am I to say to them, Mr. Shan?
I am very busy, but if they care to wait in here, I hope presently to give them a few minutes.
Good heavens, Mr. Shan, you can't do that.
You heard what I said?
Mr. Shan.
Come on now. I'll go up and let the crowd see me from the window.
Help him,
I'll
boy.
be back in a moment, Maggie.
Yes, but John, what are we to do with these ladies?
You're accepted, Maggie.
Oh, but John, baby. Oh, Father, I'm afraid. I don't...
This way, my lady. Yes, my lady. Mr. Shan said for you to wait.
Oh, did you well, Mrs. Thompson? Yes, I do, Sybil. I insist on seeing the great man. Oh, dear. Will you have a chair, my lady? Oh, thanks. Ah, so these are Mr. Shan's headquarters, eh? They are. Ah, how fascinating. If you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go and tell Mr. Shan you're here. Oh, really? There is no hurry. I'll tell him now. He seems so agitated. Perhaps he's some relation of Mr. Shan's, eh? Sybil, I believe you're asleep. No, I'm not, Auntie. Sybil, don't you love a strong, self-made man, huh? I never met one. Ah, neither have I. But if you did meet one, would he wake you up? How do you say he'd find there were two of us? Yes, I think he would. Ever been in love, you cold thing? I've never shot up in flame, Auntie. Think you could manage it if Mr. Wright came along? Yes? Oh, thank you. Lady Sybil and I were wondering, is this Mr. Sand a married man? No, he's not married. But he will be soon. Ah? Is she a friend of yours? I don't think much of her. Well, in that case, tell me all about her. There's not much to tell. She's common, stupid. Oh, but it is not that sad. Oh, figure to her yourself how many men with greatness before them have been shipwrecked by marrying in the rank from which they sprang. I've told her that, but she will not give him up. No. Why should she if it cares for her? What's her name? It's Maggie. Yeah, that is very, very sad, is it not? I am afraid this Maggie will be the ruin of young. Oh, that's him now. He's coming down.
Sorry to have kept you ladies waiting. Lady Sybil?
Oh, Mr. Chan, this is my aunt, the Countess La Briere.
Countess.
What a triumph, Mr. Chan.
Oh, pretty fair, Countess, pretty fair. Lady Sybil, I hear you think I'm vulgar.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Chan, what absurd.
I was told you said that after hearing me speak.
Well, it's quite a mistake.
Is it not true?
Well, you see, no, Mr. Chan. And you press me so unnecessarily? Well, yes, that is how you struck me. My child, you would have it.
I just wanted to know, Lady Sybil, because if it's true, I must alter it. Of course, it can't matter to me what you think of me. What I mean is that I must not be vulgar if it would be injurious to my career.
I see. No, of course, I could not affect your career, Mr. Chan.
Well, that's so, Lady Sybil, meaning no offense.
And we are friends again.
Certainly.
Then I hope you'll come and see me when you're in London.
I'll be very pleased.
Any afternoon, about 5.
Much obliged, Lady Sybil.
Goodbye till then. Auntie, I do think you'd better be getting back to the hotel. Very well, my dear.
Maggie, the ladies are going.
Oh, goodbye, Lady Sybil. Goodbye, Countess.
Lady Sybil, if you'll allow me to see you through the crowd, I think perhaps...
Are you then the Maggie? Oh, the one that John is going to marry? Oh, but if I had known, I would not have said those things. Please, Miss Maggie, forgive an old woman. Oh, it doesn't matter. I admire your courage, and I dare say you will be very happy. Thank you. Bon voyage, Miss Maggie. Goodbye, Countess.
Countess! That's that.
Have you more speaking to do, John?
I must run across and address the Caucasian Club.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if I am vulgar, Maggie.
Oh, no, John, of course you're not. John, you couldn't stay and have a little talk a few minutes, huh?
Yes, if you want me, Maggie. The longer you keep them waiting, the more they think of you.
When are you to announce that we're to be married, John?
I won't be long. You've waited a year more than you need to have done, Maggie. So I think it's your due I should hurry things up now.
That's noble of you. Is it terribly hard for you, John?
It's not hard at all. I can say truthfully, Maggie, that all and nearly all I've seen of you in these 6 years has gone to increase my respect for you.
Respect?
And a bargain's a bargain.
If it wasn't that you're so glorious to me, John, I would let you off.
In my opinion, Maggie, it will be a very happy pair.
Yes, John. But can you look in my face and deny that there's surging within you a mighty desire to be free?
Leave such maggots alone.
If I were John Strand, I would no more want to take Maggie Wiley with me through that beautiful door that's open wide for you than I'd want to take an old pair of shoes. Why don't you bang the door in my face, John?
A bargain's a bargain, Maggie.
You say one word about wanting to get out of it, and I'll put the lawyers on you.
Have I hinted at such a thing?
The document holds you hard and fast.
It does.
You'll miss the prettiest thing in the world, John. And all owing to me.
What's that?
Romance. All cold and grey without it, man. Those that have had it have slipped in and out of heaven.
You're exaggerating, Maggie.
You've worked so hard, John. You've had none of the fun that comes to most men long before they're your
I
age.
never was one for fun. I cannot call to mind, Maggie, ever having laughed in my life.
You've no sense of humor.
Not a spark.
I sometimes thought if you had, it might make you fonder of me. I think one needs a sense of humor to be fond of me.
You feel sure, I suppose, that an older man would suit you better, Maggie.
I couldn't feel surer of anything, I'm afraid. You're just my ideal.
Yes, well, that's as it should be.
David has the document, too. It's carefully locked away.
He would naturally take good care of it.
Try to kill these tanks.
John, I make you a solemn promise that in consideration of the circumstances of our marriage, if you should ever fall in love, I'll act differently from otherwise.
There is occasion, Maggie.
John, David doesn't have the document. He thinks he has, but I have it here. Look.
That's it. Well, do I mind the look of it, Maggie?
You don't ask why I brought it.
Oh, why did you?
Because I thought I might have the womanliness and the courage to give it back to you. Will you never hold it against me in the future, John? But I couldn't do that.
I promise you, Maggie, I never will.
No, to go back to the house and take up my life there. When all these years my eyes have been centered on this night. To go back there and weazen and dry up. When I might have been married to John Shan.
And you will be, Maggie. You have my word.
Never. Never.
Maggie, Maggie, what have you done?
I've torn up the document. That's what I've done. Oh, I'm a fool to let you go. Oh, John, you rue this day. I could have helped you in your career.
In no circumstances, Maggie, would I allow any meddling with my career. Freedom. No. Yes, Mr. Adamson and Mrs. Adamson, one may want to be tied. I say yes, Willie Cameron, and I have found a young lady who I am proud to say is willing to be tied to me. I'm to be married. Her name is Miss Quiet. Her name's Miss Wiley. She's here now. She was here. Where are you, Maggie?
The tank unit has already reached the fort. The mission will be a failure at this rate unless you act fast. Eliminate those tanks at Smossy Fort.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of what every woman knows. I want to take just a minute to talk to the best home cook in the world. I don't know who she is, but if she lives at your house, I hope she's listening to me. She's the good home cook who spoils the just right every time. And whose years of cooking have taught her how to make a green sauce that's a miracle of smoothness. Naturally, we all honor her for the pride she takes in preparing her fine dishes. And so it's to her especially that I want to say this about Campbell's soup. All the skill, the patience, the careful tending of the kettle that you would give to the making of soup, we at Campbell's give to the blending and cooking of our soup. Years and years devoted just to soup cooking have helped us learn how to make them as fine as soups can be. You'll understand why we're proud of our soups and why we'd like to make soup for you. Will you give us a trial? Try, for example, Campbell's chicken soup, a soup with deep, rich chicken flavor clear through. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's almost a meal in itself. If you'll do this, I'm almost certain you'll join the many, many other good home cooks who put away their soup kettles for good. I believe you'll let Campbell's make soup for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman Knows, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
A few minutes ago, the Countess de la Brière, who has not recently been in England, was shown into the London house of the Shands. She had presumed that the Shand scheme of decoration would be as themselves. She is agreeably surprised. In a small but charming room, she is now engaged in listening to Mr. John Shand, MP, read the peroration of a speech he's going to make before the House of Commons. Mrs. Shand is there, too, in a little gray frock that not only deals gently with her personal defects, but is in harmony with the room. Evidently, however, she has not risen with her husband.
The tank unit has already reached the fort. The mission will be a failure at this rate unless you act fast. Eliminate those tanks at Smossy Fort.
And I am proud to feel
Enemy presence detected. Your map has been updated.
And now I think I'd better go to my committee. Maggie, I'm ready. You open the door.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
And I warn you, Mr. Venables is an old friend of mine. He is here for some crafty purpose. Oh, surely not.
You hope your husband is well, Mrs. Shan?
Yes, thank you.
You know, Mrs. Shan, I admire your husband very much. He puzzles me a little.
I think so.
Then again, I admire him for his impromptu speeches.
What's impromptu?
Unprepared.
Oh.
They have contained some grave blunders, not so much of judgment as of taste.
I don't think so.
Well, he's righted himself subsequently in the neatest way. I've always found that the man whose second thoughts are good is left watching.
Mind you, I wonder, Mr. Venables, whether Mr. Cunk can tell you who gives Mr. Son these second thoughts. I know, you have even thought it might be his wife. Me? Oh, I would like to see anybody try to give thoughts to John.
Forgive me, I see I was wrong. Now, if he's at home, Mrs. Shan, may I see him? I'm going to be rather charming to him.
Yes, he is. Yes, but...
Well, that is to say, if he proves himself the man I got accepted.
He's very busy just now. He has a ladies' committee in the dining room.
I think that's me, Mrs. Shan.
Is it something about his speech?
Well, yes, it is.
Oh, I know it by heart. These are the demands of the intelligent British woman, and I'm proud to nail them to my flag. Very well, Mrs. And I don't care how they may embarrass the government. And I warn the front bench loyally but firmly that whatever the consequences may be, I will bring this matter to a vote.
Capital.
Oh, you mean you are so that he needs to bring the matter to a vote?
Delighted. Courage of it will be the making of him. Mrs. Shan, let's have him in at once.
Yes, indeed, let us have him in. Oh, yes, Mr. Venables. I'll tell him you're here.
And now, ladies, we come to the matter of my speech. The speech that I propose to make this week before the House. Yes, Maggie, what is it?
Mr. Charles Venables is here to see you.
If you ladies will excuse me for a moment. Excuse me. Mr. Venables, this is an honor.
How are you, Shan? I see you're a busy man, so I'll come to the point immediately. You may know that we're to have a big meeting at Leeds on the 24th, and 2 ministers will speak. There's room for a third speaker, and I'm authorized to offer that place to you. Yes. Almost like... Oh, yes.
Mr. Venables, here is the speech I'm making in the House tomorrow.
Hey.
I won't give up.
I assure you we look on the speech as a small matter. The thing that really decided it was your determination to put the matter to vote. And the government agrees to that too.
Agreed to put the matter?
Yes, we agreed.
You are sure it is not now? No. Goodbye, Scotty. Goodbye, Countess. And thank you for coming. He loves to think he does it all himself. That's the way of men. I'm 6 years older than he is. I'm plain, and I have no charm. I shouldn't have let him marry me. I'm trying to make up for it.
it, Sybil. Sybil. It is you who inspires my work.
Oh, John, you must have spoken.
Sybil, let us declare our love openly. Oh, my dear, my dear.
John.
Yes, my love?
Did you hear anything? Did you hear the door shut?
It was shut off.
Well, it seemed to me that...
There was nothing, but I think I hear voices now in the hall.
Oh, John, dear, I'm sorry to bother you, but I brought some flowers. I bought them from a man in the street and there's no... Will you come up and take them?
I will, Maggie. I'll be back in a minute.
How do you do, Lady Sybil? This is nice. I was so sorry not to find you in. Thank you. Will you sit down? I'll sit down. I'm Lady Sybil. I'm glad you came. I had no idea it was Lady Sybil. Good friend. Why do you look at yourself? The door here. Yes. What you have to do, that would be better. Sit down, my Christian. John, I think I'll look at things now. I'm sure you have something to talk over with Lady Sybil. Or you can serve John.
Yes. Yes, I prefer to say it before you, Maggie.
Then sit down to me.
Maggie knows. Don't you, Maggie?
Yes, John.
I'm mortal sorry, Maggie. You can understand, Maggie, what an inspiration she is to me in my work.
Indeed, and I think of nothing else that's splendid that has suits me honestly, and I think you're very kind to take it so reasonably. Let's just got to. When do you think it's going to be, John?
I think now that come to reach the sooner the better. Convenient to you, Maggie. There's lots of common sense.
No, please don't do that. And just about that house, don't you, John? Next to Lady Sybil. It's a pity you couldn't wait till after your speech at me. Mr. Venables won't have you there.
But let it go then to you, Maggie, if I was stay on now. What shall we do, Maggie?
Now's the time, Lady Sybil, for you to have one of your inspiring ideas. Yes. Yes, but what? John, what do you think of this? I can stay on here in London, and you can go away somewhere and devote yourself to your speech.
That's right, Maggie. Where can I go?
Yes, I know.
Maggie, what are you doing?
Hello. Give me Gerard 5 or 7. Yes, 7 too, thank you.
But don't be in such a hurry, Maggie.
Hello? Put me on the This is nice. worthy of it. Oh, did I? Oh, yes. Yes, this is something up to Mr. Decker. But Cunk is Cunk! Oh, I will put my good. I will tell you now. Your husband. Oh, yes, he's in my next I will tell you this too. No, I shall know. As soon as I look into his face, I shall know. How do you do, ladies? How pretty.
Maggie, you never wrote you were coming.
Oh, no, John. Just run down the creek aside.
That's all.
It's so simple, you see. Constance, John and Lady Tipton have fallen in love with one another, and their big walk is so immediately. I think they're putting it correctly.
Wait a minute, Maggie, but she doesn't find favor with herself once there's something wrong with it.
Well, now, speaking at me, Mr. Sam, there is nothing to do here in Nowhere, is there? Ooh, Tipper. Should I send for a cab?
My word.
But I give you back. My things are all packed. I think you'll find the house in the road. I'll have you back here. And I'll give you the keys to the linen and the toilet paper in that bag. Please, I just want to hear, and the ceiling of the dining room would do for a lick of paint, I think.
It's a failure, those things, because your outlook on life found us. But all this jar talk. Why should you be so ready to go away?
I promise not to stand in your way.
You needn't be in such a hurry. There are 3 days to run yet. But the can't of all this is just a joke.
It seems to be no joke to you, Mr. Charles. Oh, Sybil, my pet, why don't you let him off? Let him off? What is it? Do you?
Come with me, Sybil. I'll do all in a man's power to make you this with it.
So I can make my arrangements for when? No! I'm ready to take John. I couldn't think. I'm wearing it, John. I find you. Oh, sit down. I'm sorry, John, but I have to tell you before it's too late.
By him. It's more than I know.
Congratulations to you both.
What second speech?
Cunk, you gave it to him, wasn't I meant to?
What is it? What second speech?
Oh, John. It's not your first piece of electrical, but I brought it here to prove it to you that I did myself. But I was just suggesting one was missing. And then if you like them, you could have polished them and turned them into something good. So now, please don't let Mr. Venom.
But my word,
It's worth 9/10 of it.
you presume, Magashan. Very well, and there he comes now and see to what extent you've helped me.
Give me your hand. I think you've improved it out of knowledge. The speech of those new titles make all the difference. You can be proud of.
I am, John, I am.
Oh, Shen. Oh, this will go together.
You want to be dead if you didn't go to the bed?
Isn't that it? It's Tuesday, isn't it? They must read the whole thing again. Amazing difference.
I saw it back. You heard what you said, John. It's the coffee. Oh, it is so terrible to find that my love for you has made me able to help you in the latest
Call me by my name, Maggie. It's as if I looked on you for the first time.
Look at me, John, for the first time. What do you see?
I see a woman who brought her husband home.
Only that.
I see the tragedy of a man who has found himself. We can't live with you again, Maggie.
Why did you take it?
It wasn't myself who saying that I couldn't live with you. I should have been working for about longer. You've lived with me. I suppose you've forgiven me all the time. And forgive me still.
Yes.
Heavens above.
John, am I to go or are you to keep me on? Because I'm one if I could only make you laugh at me.
I can't for that, Maggie.
Oh, John, look at me.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of What Every Woman In just a moment, they will both return to our microphone. But first, if you could make the trip to see the Campbell's kitchen, to see them make their chicken soup, I know you need no urging from me to try it. You see the Campbells use not merely some, but all the good meat and carefully selected spots of the chicken. You see them patiently simmer the broth long and slowly in true old style, till every fragrant drop leans with chicken richness, deep and full and golden. And then you watch them add 7 pieces of tender chicken and measure it really quite right to make this chicken soup really nourishing as well as tempting. But after all, when it comes to judging a chicken soup as downright good as this, tasting is even better than seeing, so why not try to have it tomorrow? Once you do try it, I think you'll want to have it time and time again. Because just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, here is Orson Welles.
In a very short time, ladies and gentlemen, at the March Beck Theater, a bouquet's thrown from these microphone emplacements. There's an opening. This means the Broadway season has really begun. Also, it means our stars will want to get better tonight because it's Helen Hayes new show that's opening. The name of the new play, Ladies and Gentlemen. I saw it this summer. She tried it out on the West Coast, and I'd like to tell you about it. You can let me.
Not that I don't want to have the story given away, Orson. It's just that someone will need to tell us all and open and tell us over. Sometimes it's amazing, but you can help it.
I wish you your biggest hit.
David Wiley by Everett Sloan. Agnes Morris, the Countess of Campbell with Ray Stibble. Part of it was Cameron by Ray Collins. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged by Bernard Herman. And now, Orson Welles, will you please tell us about next week's story?
Well, next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ad Lib. It's hard to tell you about next week's show because everything that could be said about it has been very well said before. We've got hundreds and hundreds of years later for his revenge. The terrorist. The Cunk.
Drink a breakfast glass of Campbell's, take a happy step towards health. This is the Columbia...
We are going to return their heroes who fell from the defense of the homeland. We went through a terrible massacre a year ago. We stood up as a people, as lions, as people rising like the planets.
So many comes.
2023 were massacred by mass terrorists. 46 of our fellow Americans.
The makers of Campbell Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Miss Helen Hayes in Victoria, Regina. Of course, this is my proudest moment since I've been producing these broadcasts. But tonight, the Campbell Playhouse brings you for the first time on the air the American theater's foremost success in this decade. And in it, one of the truly great performances of our time. Hundreds of thousands of you have seen Miss Hayes as Victoria in your playhouses all over this town. I know you're with us now. It's our special privilege to bring her to the millions more of you who have no theaters, who have radios. I hope we're worthy of the privilege. First, a word from Ernest Campbell.
I was thinking just last night about a birthday dinner I had at my grandfather's farm years ago when I was a little boy. It was a great event, that visit, a glorious adventure. Grandpa and I drove up from the station in the buggy, and he and Granny hustled me through the kitchen so that I could see the good things she was fixing. But one whiff of the aroma from Granny's cook stove, and I knew that there would be roast chicken for dinner. And what a chicken it was, too. Cooked to a tempting russet brown, and just falling apart under Grandfather's carving knife. I stayed overnight, and the next day, Granny made a pot of chicken soup. It shone like gold, that soup, and I remember that I thought it was the finest soup I'd ever tasted. These memories came back to me last night when I had chicken soup with the same glowing look, the same tempting aroma, and the same wonderful wonderful flavor. This was Campbell's chicken soup. And I can tell you that Campbell's is the kind of chicken soup that grandmother made so well. Nourishing soup, heartwarming, and chicken tasting to the last spoonful. Into its making goes all the good meat of tender chicken, and fluffy, perfectly cooked rice, and melting tender pieces of chicken meat, too. And so I say, as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Won't you make a point of having it this weekend? And now for our Campbell Playhouse production of Victoria Returnal, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. For this broadcast tonight, Orson Welles has prepared a script which contains not only the great scenes from the successful stage production, but some of the episodes from the original play which have never yet been seen in the theater. And to complete the true picture of this great queen, Mr. Wells has used still another source, one which only a few years ago was still a closed book, locked away in the official archives of the royal family. The personal diary of Queen Victoria. Sometimes hard for us to understand now what Victoria meant to Victorians. Most of her subjects have never known another sovereign. When this Star of England fell out of the skies, the whole firmament was suddenly a little hard to believe. Everything changed, of course. But England and its empire, and indeed the whole world, waited a decent time after her death. For her Imperial Majesty, Victoria, by the grace of God, Queen of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, was moreover, by the grace of God, the absolute monarch of a whole way of life, the defender of a viewpoint, of a dignity that left the world with her. England grew a lot under her reign, as much as she could make it, and changed as little as she could help. Princess sleeps with the old captain. I take yours. Yes. I suppose I'm not to say that now. But your Grace knows that that has been a difficulty all along. Yes, Lord, we know. You've not better sit down. You may have to wait now. That man is stone throwing is not good when you have to wait a long time. So this is how history gets written. This will give you Mr. Scribble. So now. Most pity you. His late Majesty was a conspicuous example of it. You wouldn't believe the trouble we sometimes have with him. It seems to make a donkey go by tying a carrot on his nose. He was like a donkey with a carrot tied to its tail. Really? Was he just a little, like his father, you know? Mad, eh? No, not mad. It was the shape of his head, I think. It was pear-shaped, you know, just like a pear. The weakest fruit drops earliest to the ground, says Shakespeare. But his head was weak fruit, distinctly. Amazing how it hung on. One can't exactly say lost it.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Yes?
Her Royal Highness, my lord. I went in, but Her Royal Highness was asleep.
Well, you must wake Her Royal Highness up then.
Such a beautiful sleep, my lord. I didn't like it.
Even the most beautiful sleep must give way to affairs of state. You know who I am.
Yes.
You know His Grace. Yes. Then go at once. Wake Her Royal Highness and tell her that we're here, waiting for an order. Look, you come to the 10. Yeah? St. James's, I think. No.
Perhaps it will have to be here. She mustn't appear in public yet. It will be quite decent. People might cheer her. Well, here's somebody coming. Madam.
Great. My lord, you have news for?
Her Royal Highness, the Princess, we have news.
Then my daughter says... It's come then, at last. And I am the Queen Mother.
No, madam. Your Royal Highness is not the Queen Mother.
Not?
Your Royal Highness is the Queen's Mother, that's the distinction. Only had your Royal Highness been Queen in the first place with that other title now.
Then if it is not mine by your lord, she shall give it to me.
That, madam, I fear will be impossible.
I shall go myself and speak to her at once. That shall pass.
Madam, we are here to see Her Majesty the Queen on urgent business. We must not be delayed. Your presence at the interview, madam, will not be required unless Her Majesty sends for you.
It is not possible.
Wait. Please, for a moment, don't wait.
For your daughter.
Your Majesty, it is our painful duty to announce to Your Majesty the death of His Majesty King William, following upon which there have been. By right of succession, Your Majesty is now sovereign Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Possession of the thing.
We beseech Almighty God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless the royal Princess Victoria with long and happy years to reign over us.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
My child. Oh, my child. Two gentlemen came to tell me that I am queen. Yes, you are queen at last. But really queen now? Before I've been crowned? Yes, now at once. The king is dead. You are queen. Then my reign is already begun. I can do as I like. Yes, as you like. Do not mind what anyone says. If you want to do it, do it. Oh, then, Mama, there is something I would like. Yes, it shall be done. Pray that it should all happen suddenly. Yes, suddenly. I have waited so long. But now, my love, do not stay here to catch a cold. Come back to your own mother's bed. No, Mama, dear. As I may now do as I like, I wish in future to have a bed and a room of my own. Of your own, yes. Please, Mama. You would be really for that. I should be very glad if you don't mind. Now that I am my own mistress. Yes. Yes, I know. Glad? Alone?
I've encountered our black box technology holograms. They're showing my last moments.
It may sound strange to you, Lord Melville, but I must have as my husband one whom I can eventually look up to.
thing has infected one of my cell corpses.
But more are coming. Coming? That is, I'm making inquiries about them. With one to whom there could be any possible objection.
Lord Melton, how clever of you. I would like to see your list, Lord Melton. Do you know any of them?
Your Majesty knows one of them very well.
George,
Nobody wishes to decide.
I can do this.
The first was Anne, the second was Theodore who dances so beautifully, and the third was Lord Henry, and the fourth was Anne, and the fifth was Theodore Albert again. It is quite a pleasure to look at Albert when he gallops and waltzes. He does it so beautifully, holds himself so well with that beautiful figure of his.
If you do not conform to his wishes, I have you. I send word today. But what if I refuse to go?
And then we will go for a ride in the park. Oh, that would be very nice to meet you. I hope you are going to enjoy your stay, cousin.
Very much. I shall find it quite delightful.
And you too, Albert.
You're very kind, dear gentlemen. How could I help enjoying myself when I'm with you?
The rain is filling.
Another time.
It's such a command.
Quite at home here, and if you always practice at home, I want you to practice here and now. We shall not start our ride for another hour. That gives you just time to do so now.
Welcome. Albert, remember.
Strangely, I'm supposed to...
Nothing serious.
You haven't been quarreling, Matty.
We never quarrel.
I think it would be very hard to quarrel with you, Albert. I couldn't.
Please don't ever try.
Some people can quarrel without trying.
I suppose.
Oh, I like it.
sent him to practice? He knew. No, he didn't know that.
I have interacted with other versions of myself. But I worry one day I will re-experience these same interactions from their perspectives. But are they truly me? Or just hollowed corpses? This may be the face of things to come.
Are you ready to come riding out? Quite, if you are. Oh, yes, we are quite ready now. Everything is being settled. Tell him, Albert.
Yes? You told me to remember. I forgot.
Got up at 9, well, and
Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles.
Come down to earth a little now then. Give my hands and brains something to do so that I may be able to respect myself. Am I only your plaything? Am I never to help you as right? You never. From your life's work, to be shut out.
But you do.
Let me help you now. Let me see some of those papers you spent so long over. I could read them for you in a few minutes. Let's save you time. Cannot you rely upon me a little?
But dear, you have impressed me. In every way that is possible, I do rely on you. And it's everything that I have had for you. I've only done it for your own good.
Yes, you even choose my secretary for me.
Well, of course not, but how could you know coming here is free?
Who reports to you regularly, I believe.
Surely you don't mind.
I would prefer to tell you myself
yourself what I do. In future, I mean to.
Of course. I always wish to hear everything.
Yes. The other day I made an engagement. You canceled it.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I had a very good reason for doing so.
You see? Now, you cannot give me your confidence, but you have me watched. Tomorrow I'm going to choose another secretary for myself.
Albert, you are making a great mistake.
I am repairing a great mistake. I also have done this before.
You are not to do it, Albert. I say you are not to do it.
Then to the present.
Where are you going?
In here, to my own room. To write my own letters.
Tidy me, nurse, tidy me. How do I look?
Your Majesty looks very nice indeed. Just a little pale, but that's to be expected.
Let me look at myself. Oh, nurse, I look great.
No, you don't. You look sweet. Like a magic.
How's baby?
Oh, she's all right. Your Majesty needn't worry about her. She's having a 24-hour sleep and having it well.
24 hours sleep?
No, Your Majesty. It's what babies always have to do when they first come. To get over the shock. Of being born, Your Majesty. It's hard treatment they get sometimes. Poor weakling.
She had very hard treatment.
No. Your Majesty treated her beautifully. You must lie still and not talk till His Royal Highness the Prince comes.
When he does come, nurse, you must go.
Go? Your Majesty?
Yes, I wish to see him alone.
I mustn't go, Your Majesty. It's doctor's order.
This is King's order. It's the rules I tell.
If Your Majesty really means,
well, dear, you trying to do this? Only 5 minutes, Your Royal Highness. Please. Oh, Albert, darling. Have I disappointed you?
Disappointed me, but how? Why?
It wasn't. Albert, of course. How could one have wished anything else?
Maybe if I did not know that it's always to be, if you had been your brother instead of yourself, it would not happen. I mean that I should not have done it. Oh, there's plenty of time. Think you may yet hear more than 12.
That's what nurse said.
Right.
No, Albert, I think only 12, not quite. You see, it would be such an interruption to my being queen.
Yes, I suppose. How about the things that we
No, Albert, that would never do. My people wouldn't like it. 2 or 3 will be quite enough, I think. Perhaps I wouldn't mind 4 any time. So you really don't mind? Oh, how good you are to me. I was so afraid I hadn't quite done my duty.
Well, Vicky, if it's anyone's fault, it is my fault, too.
Oh, no, Dad, no. The father has nothing to do with whether it's boy or a girl.
Oh, indeed. You seem to be very silent on the subject, Vicky. It surprised me. I thought it was something nobody knew anything about.
I've thought too much about it. So I know.
Well, Vicky, it's time I went. Nurse told me it's only 5 minutes left to be. Yes, but she was... Doctors order kings and queens must obey. So now for a little goodbye.
Again?
No. Again, you must not to excite yourself. Said the same thing that we did say, different. Someone else speak. In America, chose the line, then no. That is what these patriots never think about. It is always this time we are right, and we should do what we like. And Thomas, the cleverest ruler, he died. They would say this man, oh yes, he is responsible. He always upheld the honor of his country. ridiculous.
You look so pale. What is it?
Take me the pen. The pen. Right.
The Pam Cam looks all artistic and wonderful. That's amazing. I liked it. It was really cool.
What's amazing?
To lose one's partner
Oh, yeah,
is
backwards.
like losing half of one's body and soul. But to a queen, to a poor, helpless woman, it is not relief. It is the
They put a health potion.
comfort which is lost. To the queen,
They put a health potion under the water. I think they're cheaters.
nothing was done without his loving advice.
Oh, stop giving us your life. Give it.
June 20th, 1897, Windsor Castle.
I hope it doesn't keep track of how many times.
Protect me as he has hitherto done during these 60 long, eventful years.
There's nothing here that's not a card, so I should be
Oh,
able
well, I
to.
remember this day 60 years ago when I was called from my bed by dear Mama to see the news on my
Your Imperial and Royal Highnesses, I have great pleasure in asking you to drink the health of Her Majesty's Queen. May she continue long in health and prosperity to enjoy the love of her children and her people. Her Majesty the Queen.
Thank you. Thank you. Won't you go and rest now, Mama? That hearing, I heard, means that my dear people are expecting to see me again. Just try not to disappoint them. It would be nice if you could, Mama. You think you can? I said good, I am. I can't get up. Can't get up. Have the windows open. That they do appreciate all that I have tried.
Sufficient ability.
stars will return to our microphone, but first a word from our sponsors. I told you how Campbell's chicken soup reminded me so vividly of the old-fashioned homemade soup I had as a child. I think when you have Campbell's chicken soup, it will remind you, too, of the best you ever tasted. I'm sure of this, truly, I don't see how the chicken soup could be better made than Campbell's. Into it goes all the good meat of plump, tender chicken. Chicken carefully selected and then approved by United States government inspectors. The broth is simmered slowly till it bubbles with good, deep chicken flavor all through. And tender morsels of chicken meat are added generously, along with fine, fluffy rice. I say again, that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. I think that you like it just as much as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted, and that you'll want to have it often. That's why I do urge you to try it soon, to plan on having Campbell's chicken soup this very weekend. And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've met Miss Helen Hayes on this program not so many weeks ago. Now, Miss Hayes won't let me tell you all I want to about what I think. On this point, she's quite obstinate. Just before she does that, how very much her visit here meant to Mrs. Campbell later.
You've done a great deal for radio on the Campbell Steakhouse. And speaking just as one of your listeners, and I'm a faithful one, I'd like to say that we'll all miss you this summer.
That's sweet. Now, before we say goodbye, let me remind you that you have a date with us here at the Campbell Playhouse next September.
I couldn't forget that, Austin. I'm looking forward to it. You're going to let me pick the play I most want to do.
That's a promise. And ladies and gentlemen, this is my cue to say goodbye. For tonight, Victoria Regina, the Campbell Playhouse.
Thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Switching to Barbara Stevens. She has her own show. Unless I can find Helen Hayes on Jack Radio.
A former employee of yours, what do you do around here anyway? Besides deal with payroll. Says you have donated $25,000 to Dr. Bishop for research.
In memory of my late brother.
Kind of odd, isn't it, Liz? Man steals $40,000 from you, and here, 3 years later, you bail him out?
No one can buy a parole I you.
But you can, let's say, create a favorable climate.
I suppose it is.
But not in this case. Bye, man.
So long, Si.
Why is the switch projector so F11 being?
Pleasant house, Senator. Maybe you can move out. But Ben's been right.
See you tomorrow, buddy. Right now. Gee, Mom, you're getting prettier every day. Hey, there's a dancing club tonight. Why don't you call Jerry Michael? He'd jump at a chance to save you.
I wish you'd stop fixing my dates for me.
But, Mom...
How many times have I told you not to call me Mom?
Okay. Made.
Oh, got him for Mom. Come on, algebra.
Easy, Mrs. Randall in.
Can I get up onto that platform, please?
Hi.
Real.
Flashlight.
Sounds you don't like it.
I don't.
Why not?
I don't see any chances. All those chances are why.
Aren't you a little old to be a start now? Settle. Hey, how did you develop all that muscle?
Push up.
Push up. I know we have an appointment tomorrow morning, but I couldn't wait.
Please come in. Can I offer you a drink?
No, thanks. Last time I saw him, he was the chap.
They do grow up.
Probably deserved that. Bounces off, so what does it
Does
want?
the chairman of the board think I was framed?
You're working for Leroy, huh?
I can do it this time.
Well, I'm getting hit by the thing with shield.
rehearsals. Wasn't any cock and bull. He started. Roy Turner here. I need this. That's not a problem. He was simply. I'm circumstantial evidence. Wanted by an oil. Need money. Why would you hire Roy Turner? You'll be so grateful you'll break his neck trying to do a good job carry on. You're going to build something so good. It knows. They just you have the things. I'm making to be my grandson's mother get mixed up with a tongue. Yes? Really Raymond brought her south to Sable. Everything costs more in Sable.
Yes, Jim, sure.
Needles will get me one. Want to bring you one?
No, thanks. I've got everything I need.
So I noticed last night. Shack. Like it? Roll from the mink. Last night when I came in, one in the called zero. Those boys turn around.
Brandel put in the code behind on voice. That's right. I said cancel it. It was a mistake. Right. Did I, Jesse? But if that's the way you want it, I'm ready for it. I've been busy.
Day and night?
Uh-huh.
I hear different. I hear you don't. Love him very much?
Did I love whom very much?
Your husband, Charles Wellington Randall. I remember he smashed up a car once, 4 or 5 years ago, just after the game. Maybe he had a girl with him.
I was working in the carnival when I married Charles. He had lots of girls, needed them, I guess. Sorry. I want you to drill some more wells right away.
I took a girl out myself.
Pretty one, I hope.
Works in the payroll department. Told me I got fired the other day for an hour or so.
Boy, you're still working for me, aren't you?
Mrs. Randall, I don't like being physical. Maybe you better find yourself another way to think about it.
I want you to think.
Why haven't I been able to get you on the phone? I thought that excitement and powerful celebration was good.
Roy, let's get one thing straight. What happened in the shack? Well, it didn't matter.
Misjudged. I thought you were a little bit better than that.
Better than what?
Oh, it must have been a nice little Brannigan. I'll tell you how it went. The chairman of the board found out you'd given me a job, full stack, took me over payroll. You faced up to her and put me back. Then she laid it on the line. I can work for you, but it stops there. After hours, I'm still an ex-con, right?
Pick me up for dinner at 8.
What'd you get when you split that up? Of course I never split that. You're ready for what? Oh, honey, Mom.
Where?
Grandma, honey.
I can hear know anybody else is busy.
Tell her right
Hi, and a phone call I had to take.
Where's Martha?
Casey always lives.
I'll be back, Mom.
so they got an appointment for tomorrow.
I get you a drink then? Yeah. Great.
That's weird.
I'm dressed, huh? Oh, sort of. You don't have to tell me where you're going, I know. Made a reservation for club. 2. So it's kind Matter of fact, I'm taking that fun. Right in. What plan is that, that day, Charlie,
Hold on.
no different. Like the girl that married.
Xenotype device acquired. I think this will prove a useful tool.
He wrote this letter absolving you. Got in this place. Xenotype technology on the corpse of a sentient. Scan is indicating potential for suit augmentation. Appears safe to repurpose. System integration complete. Performing a function test to confirm. I'm all right. I'm all right. So you always thought I played him straight. Never threw a curve like the one you threw all the time.
Oh, do I have to share my video to... video.
Liz, what's wrong?
Here we are.
I'm on your YouTube.
What happened?
Boy, Charlie's doing that payroll.
Progress. The man cam is restored.
You knew this and you let me rot in that stinking prison.
No, I did not know it. Not at the time, I swear it. When you swore and brought the box of Charlie's things, I didn't have the heart to open it. I just put it away. And then a couple of months ago, Mike wanted a pair of costumes and they were in the box. I found the left, and that's the truth.
You kept your mouth shut and swung my parole and gave me a job.
I was wrong. I didn't want Mike to know about it. Mike, that's all I've got.
You have.
Confirmed. Point-to-point teleportation. Location exit seems fixed.
Bring the ice.
I spent more money on private detectives. We were about to give up when one of them stumbled in the room. Now, who ever heard of Petrolera as an
You came all the way to Nicaragua?
Yeah,
Why?
I want you. Mike,
You didn't have to.
I realize that.
Confused now.
Did you ever wear handcuffs? I do tonight. As we present a melodrama written by Leonard Praskins and laid against the rock scenes of California's High Sierra. Directed by Richard Wolff, I play the wife of modern-day sheriff. Vic Morrow cast as the murderer, whose secret means life or death to me. In just 60 seconds, the first act of The Key to the Killer.
Waiting for me in Bakersfield. Come on, can't you believe it?
I don't know what's wrong with kids like you these days. When I was your age, I was out working for $2 a day and plenty left.
Look where I got you.
Don't get fresh. You take to the bars what you need. Sure, that kind of attitude. Before you end up on this.
Drop it. I said drop it.
Even put my name in.
All these kick your butt, and then I fall in a pit.
Well, the whole of California's looking for you. And I'm the one that latched onto you.
Here's his lunch, Homer.
Well, not when he heated like he left up last night. Only he drank his coffee this morning.
Discovered xenotype technology that produces other devices.
Born killer if I ever seen one.
Hello? Granite Falls, Sheriff's Office. No, Sheriff King is on sick leave. This is Mr. King. Oh, put him on. L.A. police probably calling about picking him up.
Sooner the better.
Hello? You calling about the homicide suspect? Yes, we still have. Huh? Well, I guess we can. As deputy can take him, I'll drive. I'm a deputy, too. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. 2 men from L.A. are going to be in Modesto on business. They're going back by train. They want us to have him at the junction of Pine Crest before 2. About an hour.
What, You spoke too much, son. Better save your wind for that final prayer.
Homer, no!
Cunk. He needs a license for the bad.
On second thought, you better drive. You two will be crawling down each other's throats.
You sitting back with him?
I've had in prison for that before. A boy shouldn't be too much trouble for an hour. Better get cleaned up.
They say.
Fellow named Zales and his partner. They'll identify themselves.
Big city cops, they got it soft. Anything happens to them, they're heroes. Not like us. You know what I mean?
What's the word? There's a cook over there. What's wrong with him anyway? Tell him to get with it, huh?
Scared, sonny? You don't need to be, no, sir. We'll see that you're fit and kicking when we make delivery.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, we got a nice beautiful room waiting for you up to Quinton. Of course, it's not no luxury hotel, but it's a whole lot neater.
All right, just get off my...
And if you don't like hearing what's going to happen to you, maybe you just hadn't ought to held up that liquor store and killed the old man that run it.
I warned them, didn't I? I told them not to try and hold out on me.
You killed him for that?
No, look, I told them, but don't try to hold out on me. Don't stash it off on me. He did. So what am I supposed to do, cry?
That's just what you'll be doing, too. I saw one of them executions up at Quinton. Tough punk like you. But he cried for his mama when them guards came for him.
All right, you just put a can on it, you hear me?
Yes, sir, that's just the way he died. Crying for his mama.
Evidence of rudimentary xenotype language discovered. Currently lacking resources to decipher the xenoglyph.
You're thinking, don't. Well, let's see. Well, pal, looks like we're gonna need my mama this trip. How about you? You got a mama, pal? Yes. You better cry. Look, son, I didn't mean nothing. I said cry, man. I want to hear you cry, mama. Mama. I warned him to stop bugging me. He should have listened when I told him.
What goes on inside someone like you? What are you made of?
Now, you nice, huh?
There's no place for you to run to, Leroy. You're still going to wind up in the death chamber. You just made certain of that.
You know what I'm making for? Rio. Once when I was in reform school, they showed us one of them travelogues, you know? Them big hotels and balconies and a whole ocean out there with nothing but chicks to buy.
Way to Rio.
The key, come on. Come on.
Detecting a
I'll have
strange
to get it
energy.
off the ring in order to get it into the
Setting a marker on my map.
Take it off.
You won't make it, boy.
What's gonna stop me, huh? Brave men like that? Grandmama?
Don't you? Yeah, let's find it. This is yours. I weigh 115 pounds. How far do you? What's the matter? You afraid of heights? You what you do, run alongside? We'll work it then. I know where there's a duplicate key.
Where?
LA Police Headquarters.
Encountered a small life form. Seems docile. It is parasitically attached to my arm.
Go with it, doll. I bet you can go with the best
Does not
of them.
appear hostile. Somehow, it's
You know,
strengthening
it's like we're married, you know?
and
I am
weakening my
married.
suit.
Yeah, but he's sick, you say.
No, he's not sick. He's in the hospital learning how to walk with a cane because an animal like you shot him in the back.
Me? You got rocked on and shoot nobody in the back, not even cops. Look, I didn't give it to him. And if you got problems, don't take them out on me. Okay. There must be a town around here someplace with a locksmith in it. We'll wait till night and break in. Which one?
At my 5.
Pinecrest? That's the way. Like maybe you got a stone bruise. Maybe you got a stone bruise.
You're very gentle. You ever have any pets when you were
Yeah, I had me some pigeons. Well, myself. Even built some coops for them up on the roof. How the
fantails and a Jacobin. You had me a black tongue.
What happened?
Oh, my ma, she made... Well, she got rid of her. You know, like a 30 and a boy your age. The dog, I was a little bit... I had to get rid of it.
Fascinating. I've discovered a kind of technology that records the past, or a visual archive of sorts. The sentients encountered the same hostile phenomena.
Just stay off me, that's all I'm asking. You're not gonna get me crying for my mama, for that old woman.
The fabricators. I've used those.
Did okay for a change. How come you didn't fight me?
Why would I do that?
Fiesta? Some chick with me? First time we're out.
They built
That
protection.
was,
This must have occurred centuries
I bet you
ago.
was crazy about you. What was her name?
like, Betty or
Oh, she wasn't your regular girl.
maybe 10. Had me a dog from Pasadena. She used to pick me up in a convertible. Had me a dancer. Had me a chick from USC. And she was real right.
It'll mess you up.
What if you got the gun? You wouldn't have used it anyway. You would have chickened out.
Would I?
You on that again? Supposing some rod put a bullet through your husband. It wasn't me. So what do you got against me? You couldn't even go for me anyway. You got a husband. You would have more respect for yourself. You're not even blasted.
Where is your mother, Leroy? What happened?
What do you care? Fell off a roof. Why don't you shut up for a while? Maybe we can find something to divorce us. Like nobody's home.
Pick him up. Make sure it's gone.
We can't do that, partner. You see, we're kind of tied up. Well, I'm a cop, see, and she's my prisoner. We had a little accident. We lost the key.
Mom went to find Chris. He saw throat.
Which way did she go?
Backward. Find Chris.
Fine, Chris.
Is that where you're going? Find Chris.
It was. Yeah, only Chris, you see, I've got to get rid of these handcuffs so I can handle them better. Do you want to keep a file on me, please?
See that cupboard? It's right in there.
You can file your nails. Extend.
Hey, mister, she's a thief too. She stole this from you.
Well, thanks.
Please, just for a minute.
I think you're pretty cute, huh? I think I'll need a fine present. This time you better take me someplace I can really be. Better not be desperate.
Give me my wallet. Reserve flight next during career.
You like up there?
Flying the wounded back to Travis Air Force Base.
Marine, huh?
He was wounded at John Gym, that's how we met.
Dressed just like that. Tearing them pigeons apart. I yelled at her to leave them alone. That was all. I didn't touch her, I swear. And I ran to the ledge and it was late. I saw it. I saw her falling. She was screaming up at me. 5 stories. She did.
I feel sorry for you.
Oh man, can I get in?
cliffs before. Imagine yourself falling off it the way you mother fell off the roof.
Help me! Help me! Help me!
I can't hold on much longer.
Some woman with a sick dog. Then we found your car and your deputy. Came back when we heard the shot. Got some keys here. Maybe we can get those cuffs off you.
Never mind. I've got it right here. I threw away. You should have searched the ring to the right. The way I searched for the key.
Just too tough for his own good.
The trouble with making a story like the one you've just seen is that if you're going to do it, you have to do it. Those are real police handcuffs, made of steel. My wrist is still sore. Join us again next week. Good night. Everything's worked out just the way you said it would.
I'm afraid.
After all the pictures, the people whose opinion I want, we're all convinced that we've got to go in and find out what's really wrong.
Right on. No.
I've set it up for Thursday morning at California Samaritan. You'll have to be in the hospital by Monday noon. You need 3 days of preparation. Take your time to tell Bill. It'll be a shock to him, too. It would be to any husband. Between now and Monday morning, husband. Keep your house in order.
Well, that's that. We have a date next Monday, rain or shine, hot or cold. Did you get me a room in the new place?
Yes. When you raised the money to build it, I didn't think you'd be one of its first patients.
Certainly not this good. I hear the food is very good. Bye, Johnny.
Goodbye, Mallory.
Susan, where are you?
That can't be here.
Oh, Susan. Jed, how are you?
I'm fine. Just fine, thanks.
Good. Susan, didn't you offer Jed a Coke or something?
It's the freaking Twilight Zone.
Sit down.
I think I am reliving my memories in that house, but not fully.
Well, I'm not.
They're corroded.
4
Some
more
parts
years, maybe
are missing,
5.
others seem
Specialized. An intern for a couple of more.
manufactured.
It is a long haul, isn't it?
But I can
Get a degree in a
remember
month.
the torment, feeling like I was
that,
losing my mind.
Don't you have a date?
There's no comfort here. No safe space.
Sue, as soon as
And the astronaut keeps following me.
Astronaut. I'm following myself and freaking myself out.
Now wait for me at the corner.
I will.
Jen,
To my house.
you do want to, don't you? I'm as much as ever.
More than ever.
20th century house, and it's locked. Where's the house key?
All right, let's have it. 15 reasons why you look to see Jed Krieger. That is what you wanted to talk about, isn't it? You're trying to get rid of it. So, how insincere can you be?
Don't try to be friendly.
Well, why today? Right in the house before, not once. Well, have you? You and Dad can't stand the sight of it, so why do you pretend now?
Let's not quarrel about today.
Will you make me answer your question?
The main thing I don't like about you is you're not too well.
We probably like him a lot better. It's kind of one of the social affairs.
Why do you suppose I'm on?
Be a big wheel on it.
When we moved out here from the east, we didn't know. I got into charity work for one reason. You. So we could leave families and children to our age, so we could have nice friends on every month and it's all fun.
I can make my own friends.
Oh, so we don't fall in love with a boy like Jen, and that's what's liable to happen if you see so much of him.
Well, it's already. I am in love with
Now, what is the problem tonight?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of something. Well, as mother.
No thanks. Bill, I wish you'd have a talk.
Sure, close down the mill for a month and have a nice long chat. Out of the desert, spoke up together. What?
She thinks she's in love with Jed Krieger.
She's not that big a dunce.
Well, they're thinking about getting married.
She's only a baby.
They're serious. He's here every time I come home.
Maybe if you stayed home once in a while and made like a mother.
How many nights were you home the past month?
All right, I'll talk. Cheers. Susan, come in here. Why don't we have some of those kids from the club in sometime? What's the matter with you?
With me?
Yes, you. When it goes to charity drives, hospital or symphony campaigns, luncheons for Better Uplift League or something, you hit a home run every time. When it's your only daughter, you won't even go to bat.
Do you?
My job's to earn a living. I do that. Pretty good, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's all this about you and young Dr. Christian?
Are you referring to Jed Krieger?
Yes, I'm referring to Jed Krieger. The maids stay off, your mother's out of the house, and you're here alone with him. Well, I won't have any more of it. Is that clear?
Yes,
All these boys in town, and you have to choose that oddball. I just plain don't understand it.
May I know?
So where?
You said I could go to Charlene Wagner's house and have dinner and do our homework.
Did I?
Last night. There, that's what I mean. You don't even hear me when I ask you something. And how do you know he's an oddball? Did you ever talk to him? Or let me tell you about it? Or anything else? I certainly get more from him than I do from you.
Like what?
He listens to me and he talks to me.
Oh, Susan, we talk.
When? Nobody talks to anybody around here. Well, he's not an oddball. He's going to be a famous doctor someday. He has a fine mind, and he loves me, and I love him. And
Love? You don't know what the word means.
And you do, I suppose. You and Mother.
What does that mean?
If you don't know, I don't know how to tell you. Do I have permission to go?
No. What did you mean?
I mean... All right. If you and Mother are in love, then why are you out to dinner so long?
Your father's been working. There's been a reorganization at the mills. Anyhow, that's none of your business.
Well, you're my parents, aren't you? I live here, don't I? It's more like a rooming house than it is a home. I feel like I live here all by myself. Can I please go now? If my husband were out as often as Daddy is, I know what I'd think.
Susan! I didn't tell her, Bill. I swear I didn't.
Why'd she make it?
Hasn't been exactly a happy household lately.
No, it hasn't. I didn't want Susan to know about it.
I tried to cover it up.
Maybe it'd have been better if you hadn't.
What?
Maybe it's better out in the open.
Please, Bill, not tonight.
Yes, tonight. Let's face it, I'm still seeing it.
I know it. I know it.
Haven't said
I
anything.
don't want to talk about it. It's Susan I'm concerned about. Now, you have to sit down and talk this thing out.
Why don't you sit down and talk
A
it
girl
out?
her age needs her father.
Talk to her. I don't know how to talk to her.
Well, then you'd better learn because you going out.
Yes, I've got a meeting.
Well, there's one other thing I'd
Well,
like
it'll have to wait, Liz. I'm ready already.
I saw the lights. I thought I'd try this side of the house. 7 o'clock. You still with dinner?
Oh, I've been on the phone resigning from some jobs. I guess I just got to eat.
Want a bill or two?
What's it called?
Where's Bill?
Well, I'm not the only one who had these.
You told me that.
There didn't seem to be enough time.
It's less time now.
Less time, what do you mean?
The operation has to be done on Monday, not Thursday.
Why, am I that ill?
No. It's just that the surgeon that I want is not available on Thursday, he is on Monday. Oh, here's a release for Bill to sign. Illegal argle-bargle. Won't be any worse on Monday. Might be easier than waiting.
That huge list of
But
tiny
you don't understand.
icons.
I
The
can't
one I
leave
want
yet.
isn't even in the list.
I just can't.
Elizabeth. It's only 4 days difference.
But I simply cannot go so soon. Now, Johnny, you told me to put my house in order. Well, it isn't.
Well, I'd say it is. It looks
Oh,
perfect.
no, I mean my family, Bill and Sue. Oh, Johnny, I've made such a mess of things, such a total, complete mess.
Elizabeth, you're the most successful woman in town. One of the women of the year last year.
Sure, pictures in the paper. Only it should have read coward of me. Yeah, that's right, coward. I was so busy being a do-gooder. What happened? Bill found the phone the first. Right then, I should have put my house in order, but no, I ran away from it, and I've been running ever since. Too late, Bill. I guess it just wasn't in the cards. The Sue needed to be threatened. At least one of us is a little old. But Bill and Sue, I can't leave them the way they are.
What do you mean, the way
The
they
way
are?
I made them. I walked out on my job, and Bill walked out on his, and that leaves Sue without a mother or a father.
But you're imagining.
Bill has got to be her father. We all should have. I'll do anything in the world to bring them together. Have one.
Sorry, Elizabeth. Monday. You get home right away and tell him.
And when do I have to be there for preparation?
Tomorrow?
How much time do I have exactly?
13 hours. I want you in that hospital bed by noon tomorrow. We'll even give you lunch. Good night.
13 hours. Well, did he say whether he was coming straight home? Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Wagner. This is Mrs. Morris. Fine, thank you. Has Sue started home yet? What? Is Charlene there? Oh, no. Wait. No, thank you. Susan, I've been just Mrs. Mowry. I'm just Mother. Can I come in? It's your daughter. She talked Ted into this, I know she did. He wants to be a doctor, or did until she started, and I don't know what you're talking about. Of course not. You're too busy getting your picture in the paper. So I have to come home from work and get slapped in the face with a piece of news like this. Listen, Mrs. Mowry, I know what I'm talking about. I did just what she's doing. I talked my husband into leaving college to run off and marry me, and I've never forgiven myself. Now Jed's life will be ruined, too. But they can't. Susan's a minor. Not in Yuma. They can get married there without waiting. That's what it says. They'll be married in the morning. In the middle of the night. What is this? We have a house in Palm Springs. Yes, the key is gone. Well, that's Dr. Bo's Palm Springs is on the way to Yuma. Now they'll stop there for the night and then go on to Yuma in the morning. I know they will. Operator, I want Palm Springs. Fairview 67616. This is Exbrook 07784. No, thank God, no. I start a long rest tomorrow anyway. Vacation? No, I wish I were. Oh, I have to be in the hospital. I'm going to be operated on Monday. Yes? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Phone's been disconnected. Mrs. Krieger, you go on phone and wait by the phone in case they call. And I'll start to Palm Springs. Alone? This hour? Where's your husband? Well, I'll leave a note for him. And you call him in case you hear anything. All right. Now, you drive careful here? Yes, yes, I will.
Still up?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Oh, just putting my house in order.
Who's that baby?
That's brother, Mrs. Krieger.
What's she want?
Oh, she doesn't know. They've run out to you to get married.
Married? How do you know they run over?
Said not to know.
To Yuma?
They're probably in Palm Springs right now. The key to the desert house is missing, so we figured that they would spend the night there and go on to Yuma in the morning. Good night.
Hey, wait a minute. You're going to bed?
Late. It's rather a hard day.
What's the matter with this? You're a mother.
Well, you'd never know it the way she's been acting and lying. She never intended to go to Charlene's tonight. They planned the whole thing in advance. Otherwise, the key wouldn't be missing.
And you let us stay there tonight and do something.
Like what?
Why, stop or get on the phone.
The phone is disconnected.
All right, we'll drive down. It's only 2.5 hours. Let's go. By myself.
Father? Besides, I have rather an important luncheon engagement tomorrow.
You couldn't care less, could you?
That's right. I couldn't care less.
I care. You bet I'm a father. You bet. Compared to a mother.
I'm just touching my eye.
You have to do anything. Just an hour.
We were only staying here until it got daylight. Then we're going on to Yuma.
If you have anything to say to tomorrow, you can say it to me.
Say what? We don't have to take the blame. If we want to get married, we'll get married. It was my idea. Do you see any reasons why we shouldn't?
I see a lot of reasons, Susan. One of them is that you're too young. The other is that it'll keep together.
You're not. I'm working at a job. Oh, what are you there anyway?
I'm thinking of your happiness.
Well, you're a little late, aren't you? Why do you think I want to get married? I have to have somebody. I haven't had a mother or a father. Have I? Well, have I?
No, Susan, you haven't.
Oh, Daddy. I didn't mean it. I don't know what I mean.
Do something for me. Wait a year to get through high school. If you really love me, you don't mind waiting that long. Sure. If that's what you want, sure. Wait. If I can help with medical school, I'll consider it a privilege. Where are you going? Susan's old enough to make up her own mind. Be outside.
Don't die.
If you like, we can sleep on it. Decide in the morning.
Mother?
Hello?
Glad you called. I just brought Susan home. Well, then he's told me. Yes, I guess everything worked out all right, didn't it? Well, I just got in the house. I don't even know if she's here.
Dad, Mother's in the hospital, and she wants you to sign it.
Just a minute. I'm sorry, Mrs. Krieger. Yes, she did go to the hospital. How did you know? She started to drive. Yes, I know she was worried. Mothers always worry about their children. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. And all that kind of stuff. And by the time we got home, the friends, you know, she's quite cute.
Did she come with you?
She's outside.
She could see me.
Susan.
Mother.
Susan.
Don't try to talk. Dr. John doesn't want you to get excited.
I'm not excited. I'm just happy. Next week, Ralph Bellamy, fresh from his success in the play and picture Sunrise at Campobello, will be my co-star as we take you to the fabulous city of Hong Kong for The Miraculous Journey of Tadpole Chan. I hope you'll be with us and that you enjoyed tonight's show, which has been presented by the Alberto Culver Company, makers of Alberto VO5, the hairdressing and conditioner that gives hair such a natural look. Just 60 seconds, the first act of The Miraculous Journey of Tadpole Chan.
Petros called from Macau and wants to join a gold syndicate with his brother and 3 Egyptians. Mr. Takahashi has arrived from Tokyo with 1,000 cameras. He's bringing you a sample at 10 o'clock. There were calls from Mr. Wong, Mr. Ludington, Mr. Bowles, and Admiral Jorgensen.
What about the dresses? Did they get off to New York?
No, Miss Little. They're still in the go-down.
Ma'am, I've got $30,000 tied up in those dresses at the Fifth Avenue account. If we're late, I'm liable to lose it.
The Hong Kong government has refused us a certificate.
Obo Brown refused me a certificate of art.
Mrs. Brown referred you to Mr. Dobson of the American Company.
Dobson, that's the Get him on. No, wait, I better go. A cable newspaper has been dropped dead. Stole Mr. Takahashi. And if Admiral Jorgensen calls, tell him I'm down with the plague. Paper, certificate, threats, and date.
Good morning, Miss Little.
Good morning. I want to see Dobson.
I'll tell him you're here, Miss Little. This way, Miss Little.
Miss Little?
You're running here. Some kid just stole my shoe right off my foot. Out there in the waiting. Never mind about that. What's this about my dresses?
Miss Little, the silk in those dresses came from Red China.
It came from Bangkok. What do you know about silk anyway?
I spent 5 years in Shanghai, 8 years in Yokohama, and 3 in Bombay before I came here.
So what does that prove? I was born in China.
Regardless of that, to get a certificate of origin, you must present a bill of sale proving that the silk did not originate in communist China.
I know all that. I don't have a bill of sale.
Tell me how you acquired the silk.
I got it from old Ransom Hickes, the Indian in Kowloon. All this gorgeous silk I had Jay Silby swapped. Is that illegal?
Where did old Rita get this?
Oh, he's a good friend in Singapore. Lee, I think his name is. And he got it from an uncle of his who owns a big silk mill in Bangkok. And his name is...
Miss Little, not 1, but 2 American tourists died here yesterday. So you see, I must hustle along to the back.
No certificate?
No certificate. Miss Little, why don't you get out of the Orient altogether? Americans like you give our country a bad name. Smuggling, shady deals, skirting the law.
I do not smuggle.
I haven't left this desk in 2 years. Why? Because I'm afraid. When people like you do my absence makes my blood run.
That's the kind of blood you have, Doc. Cold. Ice cold. All right, I'll get the bill.
You're on this now.
Oh, so it is. It's not bad.
I have friends. He fixed for free.
Well, thank you and your friend.
You make good business inside?
No, not very.
You need lucky puta.
How much?
$20 Hong Kong. Okay, bargain today. $10.
Bad Buddha isn't worth more than $2, and you know.
All right, $2.
Will it help me find an Indian silk dealer in Kowloon?
Any lucky puta.
All right, thanks.
You want to buy nice diamonds? Real diamonds. Very cheap today.
Funny, I may look it, but I am not a tourist off the President of Cleveland. I live here. So beat it.
You born Hong Kong?
Shanghai.
How long you live Hong Kong?
4.
I come Hong Kong 1 year.
Where did you learn to speak English?
Hong Kong tennis club.
You belong to a tennis club?
Ball boy. 50 love, 30 love, 40 love, finish. My face changed color.
That's my opinion, too. What's your name?
Tadpole Tad.
Tadpole?
Small frog. You help me catch U.S. visa?
What makes you think I can help you?
You big tiger at American consulate. Oh, Miss Little. Yes, Miss Little. I mean, Miss Little.
I can't even get a silk dress into the safe, let alone you. Do yourself a small favor, small star. Don't gamble. I always come up crap. Kowloon's becoming a counselor. What's the business? We have a visitor. A visitor? On campus. He wishes to make big business. Oh, good.
You find it
No, and this business has gone far enough. I can't get you a visa, so finish your milk and I'll put you in a cab. Where do you live?
Hong Kong. No got home.
What? Where is she?
China. 2 years now. Office.
Where's your father?
Sleeping too.
You're alone in Hong Kong?
I have friends. Torment at Princess Nightclub.
They don't have a dog. How old is your friend?
9.
9 years old?
He got bed. I sleep under.
And you came all the way from China all by yourself? How?
I walk. Come that night, meet my soldier at border. Lady, that picture to Pittsburgh. Chinese man and wife run restaurant. No got baby. They say, okay, we take that bill. They sent $800 to Hong Kong Shanghai Bank for airplane, but no catch visa.
Why not?
I make newspaper in China. They said Po Chen got born.
Do you mean to tell me there's $800 in the Shanghai Hong Kong Bank and a nice couple in Pittsburgh with a chopped suey restaurant who want to adopt you, and the consulate is holding it up because of some papers?
Yeah, what is that good?
Oh, it's an American dish. Who in the consulate?
The doctor.
Back to the deceased. Mrs. Hamill, shipped on the 13th. Fortunately, I've been able to order 11 local tailor for 12 suits. Well, good order. Is it possible that we can find that down to a bill of sale?
I'm here about local. No, he just hangs around outside selling stuff to tourists.
Tadpole Chan? We'll finish this later, Miss Carr.
Giving America a bad name now. Well, what are you doing? Refusing him a visa because of some red tape?
Miss Little, the immigration law requires identity papers. The boy doesn't have them.
Well, what kind of a law is it that keeps a nice little kid from having a good home?
In 1945, there were 600,000 people in Hong Kong. Today, there are over 3.5 million. Most of them want visas. I cannot make the law, nor can I change it.
But it seems so unfair.
Miss Little, what is unfair is to build up the boy's hopes for something he cannot possibly get. Where is he now?
Right.
What else did you promise him?
Well, he didn't have any home, so I let him sleep in the spare room. He liked it, and I told him he could stay there until he got his visa.
He isn't going to get his visa.
Discovered a fragment of the xenotype language.
You get visa?
No. Look, I told you not to gamble. I'm sorry, but there's just too many of you. Good luck and take care of yourself.
Hello, Mr. Dawson.
Come in here, I want to talk to you.
Little no picture of Christmas?
Miss Little doesn't understand facts. Sit down. Oh, I thought we touched the wall. But I can see we're going to have the war written one final time. I want you to pay attention and listen carefully. Some time ago in Washington, D.C., the United States Congress passed a law.
I know. Keep me out of
It's not against you personally, it goes for everyone. That law says to get a visa, you must have identity papers. A birth certificate, husband card. You don't have such a thing, do you?
No, thank you.
Now, as you know, I wrote to your village personally. The Red Cross in Switzerland. I wrote to the British legation. Not one word has come back from across the border. Next week, we'll report to you.
The living sentients out in the desert are not the only widespread life forms I've become familiar with.
The Secretary of State...
The parasites are everywhere. They strengthen and also weaken me. Yet knowing that, I find myself compelled to attach them to my body.
Forget the bicycle. You're stuck here. No United States, no Pittsburgh, no school, no bicycle.
Why are you so mad?
Dad. Explain things to small boys.
You got a small boy?
Did have one.
Is he in Hong Kong?
Well, he's dead. So is his mother. Automobile accident. Big crash. A fire. Get away. But we weren't discussing that. We were discussing you. Now, is it clear everything you said?
Yes, sir.
Good. Then that's that. These little Buddha phony diamonds can't find a regular job.
I can go for diamonds.
Send your stuff somewhere else. Lunch higher, Kowloon. I don't want to see you around here every morning.
Yes, sir.
Well,
You shake hands? Goodbye, Mr. Thompson.
all right, Ted.
Took them in last night. Alan, the chief engineer, will be calling around noon. Tell him to be here at 6 with cocktails. Make sure there's plenty of aqua beef.
Another chew with cracked crab. And by 8, he'll no doubt agree to take your silk dresses to Sweden, where the labels will be changed for transshipment to New York.
The chief engineer has to be a person of lying.
I'm looking for Tadpole Chan.
Tadpole what?
Arrangements were made to apprentice him to a tailor where he can sleep in the store and study nights.
Oh, good. Who thought of that?
What difference does it make? Is he here?
Okay, back.
And it's true he did go back to China.
What?
His friend, the doorman of the Princess, said as much.
I won't go back to China.
Boy was assigned to a situation here, Miss Little, until you came along and filled it full of false hopes. There was one disappointment too many.
Well, we're going to find yourself. I've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
I have a suggestion. Stick to your import-export business and leave visas to those who know what they're doing. Thanks to you, the United States has one more enemy in Asia.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Why would you ever waste my aquavit on Swedish engineers? The customs office in New York has been alerted about your silk dresses, however devious their journey back to Fifth Avenue.
Robinson isn't here. Try to make it to his end.
Look, before we went back to the been on my mind for 2 weeks.
Come on, we'll listen to him. Mr. Dobson. Long time no see, sir.
Gin and tonic, please. Make it a dozen.
Yes, sir.
Hurry up with the ball game, Charlie. It's all right, Mr. Dobson, if I listen. Or do I have to have a certificate of origin for that?
That's the Dodgers and the Pirates, Mr. Dobson.
And that's an event of importance.
Why, sure, Mr. Dobson. The Dodgers are nothing but great. I went to school in L.A.
Save your breath, Charlie. Mr. Dobson evidently doesn't follow the national sport. He's much too busy spinning his red tape.
I followed enough to vote. The Pirates are Mars. Furthermore, they're going to win the pennant.
I'd like to make a small wager on that idiotic theory, say you're $5 Hong Kong, with me taking the Dodgers and you taking the Pirates?
I don't want to steal your money, Miss Little.
That was your house, Miss Little. Do you have a friend named Tadpole?
Yes, that's the kid that went to Red China.
What about him?
He just not working. Just showed up at your house.
Dobson, did you hear that?
You hear Car? I have mine out right.
Where is he? Tadpole? Tadpole, are you all right?
I'm fine.
I suppose you realize you've caused us all considerable trouble and worry.
If you say or do one mean thing to this...
It's like a mystery. Now, Tadpole, where have you been?
China.
How did you get there?
I walked over for the sea.
How did you get across the border?
Me, while I'm buried.
And back the same way?
No, too many horses. Meat truck full of cows.
But that border's guarded, too.
Swim across day nighttime.
Then what?
Need $15 from Hong Kong. Get job in factory. Big factory. Shoe shoppers.
How did you get there?
I sell shoes. $1. My grandpa broke a phone. He said $1 in the house. Win first time. $3. That again. $9. That again. $27. Be nice to give her $1 tips.
But you have to have a passport to come on the ferry.
No, come in ferry. Come in junk. Basket of fish.
No, I thought so. Anyway, you're back.
Tadpole, what were you doing in your old village? Who did you go to see?
No see anybody. Late nighttime. Breaking the schoolhouse.
School record. One thing, it says he's Tadpole Chan. And not a very good student.
I go Pittsburgh now?
Oh, Tadpole.
Wait a minute, when's your birthday? This says you were 14 3 days ago, is that right?
Yes, sir. I still illegal?
Yes, Tadpole, I'm afraid.
You are the bitter end.
Here in Hong Kong, 14 and a year behind in school.
Oh, so what difference does it make 1 year one way or the other?
It's no use.
Now, just shut up. This is a Chinese restaurant with a Chinese way of counting. Now, in China, a baby is a year old the day it is born, right?
I'm aware of that,
But he's not in China, he's in Hong Kong. So he's not 14, but 13. What have you got to say to that?
I am. Jet flight out of here first thing in the morning. I don't see why he shouldn't be out.
Now, Tadpole, will you get to stand at the desk and ask for the plane to Pittsburgh?
The boys just toured most of South China, aren't you being ridiculous? However, I believe the stewards is one of the pilots.
Oh, and Tadpole, it gets very cold in Pittsburgh. The streets are icy, but you'll have to shoes and you'll be sure and wear them.
Come Pittsburgh sometime?
Maybe sometime.
I don't want to go Pittsburgh. I want to stay with you. Catch bed in spare room.
With Tadpole, you're acting like a baby.
I never fly before. I chicken.
Now, you get on the plane and you fly right. Eating chop suey with two people who love you. You love them, do you?
I try.
Here. Very lucky holder.
Good luck, Tadpole. Study hard and obey the rules. Follow those people.
No, it won't be so cold in Pittsburgh now. Just nice and crisp.
Football weather. I could see a good football game. My roommate was our right tackle.
We were coming back from Yale one time in the soldier lobby. It got so hot it caught on fire. It's like we weren't very long. Here he goes. Now, Dobson, how about getting me off the hook? The silk in those dresses did not come from China.
Ethel. Sit down, please. Lost your dresses.
Oh, if that's what you want, forget about it. I've decided to write them off and take my loss.
No need for that.
You mean you decided to bend a little?
I don't bend, Miss Little. However, I felt it my duty to investigate your rather dubious story, so I got in touch with our consulates in Singapore and Thailand.
And?
Oddly enough, it all checked out. As you originally claimed, as yours is true origin.
Well, thank you, Darby. Thank you very much.
My father expected to see you at the Christmas dinner.
Oh, I was there. I got there about 11.
Well, I'd gone home by then. I'm sorry, but do you think you can get your dresses to New York in time, air freight?
And the budget.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, I had a letter from Tadpole.
Pittsburgh, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
How's he getting on with his new parents?
Well, see for yourself. That's his first Christmas. He starts school next week, and that's a 3-speed bicycle.
Seems to have gained a pound. Chop Suey must agree with him. I'm very busy this morning. I'm rewriting the toast the consul will deliver on the occasion of the governor's birthday.
Dobson, how can you be so bottled up? Doesn't this snapshot do anything to you? Doesn't it make you feel proud, happy?
I'm gratified by the boy, naturally, but as you know, Mrs. Boy, I do not operate out of sentiment. Any mail from the States?
Just this one item. I don't understand it. It's a receipt from a sporting goods store in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for
I know, a 3-speed bicycle.
$64.75 not paid.
Thank you. I see you're wearing earrings again, Miss Cow. May I suggest that you restrict such adornments to your social life?
Yes, Mr. Dobson.
I get a nice feeling when I realize that the United States government has men like Dobson working for all of us in American consulates around the world. Join me again, please. Company Playhouse brings you a drama of a widow of the Old West. Marion Tate, repentant Leisha, has been her story. Then to provide a home for her son, has been her story. Then to provide a home for her son, she marries again with unexpected and dramatic results. Charles Bickman is our guest star in the teleplay by Margaret Fitz, from a story by Al C. Ward, directed by Jacques Smith. In just 60 seconds, the first act of Ironbark's Bride.
Judge is waiting.
Judge.
Judge is waiting.
I'm not coming with you, Ma. Go on, Ma. I'll watch the grips.
First stop. You on to the wedding.
Mr. Richardson, present me to the bride.
Wait outside. Nothing to go on but that piece I put in the paper and the picture I sent. Maybe now you've seen me close, this business don't suit your nose.
We made a bargain, Mr. Richardson.
And I'm giving you a chance to back up. You, I won't hold it against you. I'll pay your fare back to San Angelo and $20 in your pocket.
Maybe you're the one who wants to back out.
I'm satisfied if you are.
I'd like to get on with it.
Not right yet. I want a wife for one reason. Give me a son. Keep my name alive. I'm a rich man, they tell me. My name's the only thing I value most. I'll bring it to you on one condition. That you've never done anything to bring shame on me. Any that comes out.
You want my word? All right, you have my word. I've never done anything to bring shame on you.
Come in, Judge.
Married to him, Ma?
Yes.
All right, give me Paul's gun and I'll go, like I said.
We talked this all over.
Now, Ma, I'm not a baby. I can take care of myself. Besides, you don't need me now. You got him.
You know why I did this, not for myself.
Don't try and stop me, Ma. Don't you either.
Yourself, I want nothing but what's owing me.
I don't owe you nothing.
I sent you, Ma, your fare and the money for that suit of clothes you're wearing. Fare spent, and I have no use for the suit. I reckon you'll have to look it up.
You don't need to worry. I'll work it out.
Bart's bringing home a bride. Boy, like that lamp. Your name's Helen.
Yes.
Married? Number 29? 1882. I am the Helen Hayes. Returnal, Texas. Here's where you'll sleep, boy. Breakfast at 5 o'clock. Maybe after a while you'll want to fix it up a bit. Pay for anything in reason.
Thank you.
My room's right yonder. Breakfast at 5 o'clock.
morning, Mr. Richardson. Did you sleep good?
I always sleep good. I have that brain sprayed in from San Antonio. Dishes, too.
No need to try everything.
This lady, bunkhouse, and... Mighty God, sanctify the volumes. We may have the strength to stay in the life.
My name's Jared.
Went out to cook shack. Cook and put you to work.
I don't know nothing about cooking.
Chop wood, can't you? Haul water, broom out a bunkhouse.
I want to...
Don't you can learn.
Won't do it.
Jared.
I won't do no woman's work. I'll do anything any man you got can do. If I had a horse, I'd show you.
Well, you ain't got 'em. As far as I can see, you ain't worth a horse.
Give me a chance, I'll show you.
Way I'll give you nothing. Get what you earn. It's every man that puts it. Now you take off them boots and get down to the cook shack.
No.
Let me talk to him, please. Jared, you do what Mr. Richardson said. His side. Give me your pa's gun. You said I could have it. See, I said when you're ready, you're not ready.
Won't do no woman's work.
What do you know about women? I do a lot worse than chopping wood before I'd be beholden.
Never wanted to be beholden. I never wanted you to marry.
Could have looked out for the both of us. I don't want your kind of looking out. Running wild with that Delaney kid, maybe ending up like he did, shot full of holes.
Who says I'd do what he done? And if so, who says I'd get caught?
Your pa could hear you. He'd be proud to have a horse thief for a son, wouldn't he? Let alone a lazy kid who's too fine-haired to chop a decent man's wood. He said Mr. Colby is missing some horses. Would you ride over when you can?
Anytime or two.
He'll kill himself.
Right as that. Boy, next time you'll know better. Try to ride a man's eyes open.
Snaps of a good man or ordered by the Lord.
Is this translating correctly?
Delighteth in his way.
Brethren.
Though he fall,
Maddening
he shall
agony.
not be utterly cast down. I have been young and now with his hand. I have been young and now am old. Yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread.
Boy.
My name's Jarrett, Mr. Richards.
There's a sorrel cook that kicked him the night corral. He's staked out near that bunch of willows in the river bottom. He's taken care of. What class is it?
With no care.
Beats me how women have the patience.
I've done so much sewing in other people's houses.
That's all, sir. You'll sew home more on other women's beds.
I had a boy to raise, Mr. Richards.
That's no fit way to bring up a boy. Trailing him here and yonder, without man's work or man's example.
I know. Thank you.
Leave that there. Don't bother me not to see it.
Something, Pam?
Give that coat some water.
What? Did you say something?
Did I say something?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I just got farther in the game than I've ever gotten. And it's like, hey, you need to find a way to disrupt the shields. And then I found this shield disruptor too. I couldn't, like, activate it. And I got tired of the monsters all over the place. So, this time I'm going to be a little bit more careful for a disrupt shields. That should be a priority.
You will find her. He was the best shot in Monroe.
I guess so.
Such tricks. Never did know how to please a woman.
Why don't you care?
Oh, everything's falling off. It's deep grip.
Monster bent it like Beckham.
I wanted to.
Monster bent it like Beckham. His lasers went around the forehead.
Had some bad luck.
All I ever knew was them. They told me they saw you shot down by the sheriff's posse with the candy. Where have you been, Charlie?
Up in the country. I didn't want to worry you, honey. That's why I didn't.
That's why you left me. In a town that said your name.
I think this thing.
Yes, I'm not the was.
All right. Cheers. Honey, they were going to hang me. Friend. Tell me now, I always have friends.
I get to keep my old ciphers.
Where's Garrett? Over here. Oh, trailed once to a hideout on my headquarters train. Listen to the tracks leading here. Say, there he is. This is my horse over here. Nice one, all this. Car's still fresh.
It wasn't Jared.
Morning, Mr. Richardson. How about some breakfast, honey?
Charlie Cahill, my husband, he came last night. Before God, it's the first time I knew he wasn't dead. He's been in prison.
Your horse?
No, I borrowed it from a friend.
For a horse thief and a liar. Stop your head.
All right, Mr. Richardson. I borrowed another man's horse. Worse than borrowing another man's woman.
Hey, hell, I wouldn't touch you again, even if... Get off, man. get your things together.
Yes, sir.
Acres is a lot of land. Jared and his brothers grew up to deserve it. That's right, brothers. Join us again next week. Good night.
On October 7th.
Oh, hello, Inspector Brackett.
Yes, ma'am. Are you Dr. Bryce?
You seem surprised.
Yes, ma'am.
but I was sharing disappointed.
Dr. Talbot asked me to have a talk with you about your eligibility for release.
Yeah, he said I was getting a little shakedown tomorrow.
A little shakedown?
Let's see if anything still rattles.
Well, let's hope nothing does. Sit down.
How come they sent me down to the children's ward, Doc?
Well, child psychiatry is my special field, but I work with adults, too.
What'd they tell you about me, Doc?
They told me you were a musician, a good one, and that you were brought here on a very serious charge.
Yeah, I clobbered a dame. I must have blown my cork. I never clobbered a dame before in my life. I get my kicks from my little old horn. Honest, Doc.
I believe
you. Well, thanks. Doc Talbot said she didn't make no trouble. The dame, I mean, with the cops.
Well, that's why you're here, my boy, instead of the little old clink.
Dig you, little old clink. I like your little sense of humor, Doc. Smoke?
Thank you. How long did you know this dame, Henrietta Nova?
A year, maybe.
I know that.
Sure, she's a addicted chick, Doc.
Addicted chick? She was old enough to be your mother.
I like them well seasoned.
That's interesting.
You gotta write that down?
I write everything down.
Well, do me a favor, huh, Doc? Let's just talk. I'll talk and you talk. No writing. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, go right ahead.
Married?
No, I'm not married.
It figures. I mean, you being a doctor and all. No time for the human comedy, huh?
I suppose so.
You remind me of somebody. School teacher I used to have when I was a kid back in nowhere. She had everything. Brains, looks, everything. It was all wasted like the spring water back to my grandpa's farm because nobody ever tasted it. It just babbled on under the dry leaves, going no place that ain't lonely. You ever feel lonely, Doc?
Everybody feels lonely at times.
But the way I mean is different. It twists you up inside, turning you every way but loose. You dig me, Doc?
I dig you, Victor.
Man, I want to blow this joint. I just want to walk through Central Park and look at it out there. The sun ain't out, no, Doc. I wish I had someone special. A girl I could just sit on a park bench with and talk to. Just talk to and feel like I was living. But the dolls I know don't fly that way. They ain't like you, Doc. They ain't like you at all. When I blow this hotel tomorrow, Doc, help me get out of here. We'll see one another again.
Thank you, Victor. That will be all.
Okay, then.
What's the matter? Did I say something off key?
I know you wanted to, but you're going about it in the wrong way. I'm a doctor, not a pickup on a park bench.
Sorry, Doc. I didn't mean to, honest. I guess I hit the wrong note. It's just that I've been in this squirrel cage 6 months, and I gotta get out of here. You dig me, Doc? I gotta get out now, please. Doc, don't hold this against me.
Go back to your room, Victor. Do as I say, or I'll call the orderly.
Sure, Doc.
My name is Dr. Michael Talbot. I'm his fiancé. Or have you forgotten that?
No, Dr. Talbot, I remember you very well.
Now, why can't we set the date?
Because I'm not ready.
When will that be?
Soon.
How about Saturday?
Now, don't rush me. My dress won't be ready for a week. I can't buy my hat until the dress is ready, and how about 2 weeks on Saturday?
You've got yourself a deal.
Oops.
Oh, there you are. Sit down, you two. Let's get on with this. I have your report on Victor Crackett here somewhere, Susan. Yeah. It is. You don't think he should be released?
No, I don't. He needs extensive therapy.
I'm very curious, Susan. Mike and I have worked with this boy for several months, and our findings are quite different. I just don't understand how our diagnosis can be so far apart.
Well, I can understand it. Victor was on guard against you and Mike, but I'm a woman. He wasn't afraid to let his ego assert itself.
That sounds perfectly normal.
That's simple. Look what happened to Henrietta Nova.
No. Don't you think you might have misconstrued what happened in your office?
I don't.
I talked to the boy this morning. His version of the incident is quite different from yours.
Surely that doesn't surprise you.
No. Somehow I don't feel that you're entirely objective. I was rereading this book of yours, Out of the Shadows by Susan Bragg. I take it everything you've set down here is absolutely accurate.
Yes.
Let's consider the facts. When you were 17 years old, you were waylaid one night and beaten, brutally beaten by a sadistic young tramp. You have a description of him here somewhere.
Yes, he was 6 feet tall, slender, dark-eyed, walked in a loose jointed sort of way. Perfect description of Victor Brackett, wasn't it? And it doesn't end there. There's a psychological resemblance, too. Victor committed the same type of crime.
Is it possible, Susan, that you unconsciously associated the two young men?
Of course I associated them, and it wasn't unconscious. The moment Victor walked into my office, I was aware of his resemblance to him. And I was on guard every minute not to let prejudice influence my opinion.
Maybe you weren't sufficiently on guard. The unconscious can be very tricky at times. It's a lesson we've all had to learn. We'll have him in now, I think. I understand there's a job waiting for you.
Yes, sir. Philomena. That's about 39.
Good. I'm going to recommend your release from court.
Hey, that's the most.
However, you'll still be under supervision for outpatient care. Report here weekly for therapy.
I understand, sir. When will I be leaving, sir?
I'll try to get your case on the docket for tomorrow. Then, as soon as you're processed.
Thank you, sir. You too, Dr. Talbot.
I'll get back to my ward.
Oh, Doc. You've been trying to keep me on the shady side, huh?
Oh, I only wanted to help you.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that, Doc. Believe me, I appreciate it. I'm going to show you just how much.
Good evening, Constantine. Yes, I know it's way past your bedtime, but I had some shopping to do. I had to buy my wedding cap. Kind of silly. I'm rather pretty. They say all brides are beautiful. Well, that's what they say. Good morning, Mike. Dr. Leslie.
Good morning, Doctor. I was just telling Dr. Leslie about the rose.
It's still there, Doctor, if you want to see.
Sit down.
Have some coffee?
No, thank you.
How do you think Victor Brackett entered the apartment?
I don't know.
All right. Now, why would he go to this place?
He's a very strict boy. I rejected him the day he came to my office. Rejection is something he can do. But we've got to make him admit what he's done. Believe me, that's the only way we can help him.
He won't admit it.
He will when he's confronted. The day he came to my office, he offered me a cigarette, a black tip Faro cigarette.
Black tip?
I noticed it particularly. Just now when I was leaving my apartment, there was a cigarette stub in the ashtray, and I brought it along to show you.
This cigarette isn't black tip, Susan. I think it's good brandy. Yes, it is. Susan, perfectly clear to me. I think it is to you, too. Dr. Leslie, I'll be right up. Excuse me.
Just now, when I left him, like, how could I have imagined such a thing?
Simple case of association. Didn't you find the cigarette dropped by the young tramp? The black tip barrel?
Yes, But the rose, Mike, you saw the rose, and Bishop put it there. You don't believe that either, do you? You think I did it, that I had an hallucination. Oh, Mike, you're wrong. Believe me, I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it.
The practical sentence. Young tramp into a beating was a shock to you. A traumatic shock. Greater than you realize. Even now.
I better get to my work.
I have to work in the lab tonight, but I'll take you to dinner first.
No, thank you, Mike. I don't feel up to it.
Ladies unaccompanied by gentlemen.
She ain't no lady. Come to beers.
It's your night off. What are you hanging around for?
It's that 2 beers. Well done. Fancy seeing you, little Philomena.
I want to talk to you.
Changed your mind, huh?
Yeah, I have a cigarette.
Sure does. No, you look different. That's your uniform and that little notebook. Like a doc at all. I better watch my step. Went over them 40 and thimble.
Haven't you changed your brand? Black tip barrel.
I may be hip, that's all right.
Here, take it off. See if my place.
Buy yourself a double feature.
Stand me up again, Vic.
Then kick off. Oh, Doc. Here's to us. Cookie boots. We may get better, but we never get well. Why are you trying to Hello.
I know you're angry. I was against your pleas. I didn't think you were ready. Can't you see that if you were well, really well, you wouldn't be doing these things? Oh, you know what things. Breaking into my apartment, playing silly, childish tricks. What do you hope to gain by it?
You must have been drinking, Doc. You're hiring a George
Don't
Pye.
try lying your way out of it. You'll only hurt yourself, and I want to help you.
You want to help me? Who's going to help you? Doc, you're traveling so fast, you're leaving the crowd. Can you take my advice? Slow down. Or you're going to go tangent like you did once before.
How did you know it? I went tangent.
I read your book, Honey Bunch. Yeah, you ought to be more careful. You flipped once. You just might again.
And that's just what you want, isn't it?
Now, take it easy, Doc. I only want to help you. And I got a cozy little tangent down the block. Why don't we go up there where it's nice and quiet? Have a little talk, huh?
Let's go.
Dude, don't you understand? Victor Brackett's a symbol to me. A symbol of fear. It's so natural that you should imagine all kinds of...
Stop it. Stop treating me like an emotional invalid. I need help, not a lot of professional platitudes. I'm a doctor, too, and the woman you're going to marry... But maybe you don't want to marry me anymore.
Don't say that.
Now, I'm only trying to make things easier for you. I'm letting you off the hook. You don't have to marry me. Hello, Muriel. This is Lucy. Would it be all right if I came over to your place and spent the night? Well, I can't explain right now. Yes, I know I sound upset, but you see... No, don't call Mike. You see, we had a quarrel and... Muriel, just forget I ever called you. I'll call you in a day or two.
Let's get this mission started. Hope you're not a sore loser. Round one.
I was worried. You ran out
like a maniac.
Say that. Darling, don't be angry with me. I love you. I love you very much. I only want to do what is best for you. So let me take you away.
No, that's just what he wants me to start running, because if I start, I may never stop. No, I won't give him one inch of ground.
I really thought he meant it.
Oh, Mike, if you knew how clever he is. I wish you could appreciate how really clever he is. How beautifully his brain has begun to work, and all he had to do was bring 2 roses and kill my canary.
What?
Just now when I came in, I found him dead at the bottom of the cave. Or maybe you think I imagined that, too.
Something the matter, honey bun? Flipping or something? Scared of that? Nothing ain't fair. That's what's bucket.
I found you out, Victor. You're in the basement. Oh, you had me fooled. You really had me fooled. But not anymore. You're not going to play your tricks on me anymore. You've had it. You're not going to send me back where I came from. I'm sending you back. You hear me?
Not when I get through with you, bunch.
You had me figured. Well, that's too bad. I'll let you have it.
Like you got it from that other guy. You ain't gonna remember nothing.
Mike, don't hit him! Don't hit him!
Sometimes it's like I'm truly surprised. One he's steady, the other he's always going tangents. And tonight, he cuts your phone. Chloroforms your bird, he kills it. He didn't use it.
Go on, call the cops.
I'll call Dr. Leslie.
Mike, oh, Mike. Thank you for going to the Villa Bean. Thank you for believing.
I have a confession to make. When I walked out past that birdcage, I got a whiff of that chloroform. I swear to you, Susan, I'm going to believe in you from now on.
Now, finally, right.
Now I know I'm out of the shadows. The wife of a wealthy doctor. Our guest star, Julie London, appears as a money-hungry...
Usually suspense is only 30 minutes, I thought. This one says it's an hour long. Maybe it's a two-parter. And according to AI, it has Helen Hayes. I'm turning down Street Fighter noise, so this might be a good one to listen to if you give me some volume.
Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense.
An hour, a full
Tonight starring Eddie Bracken and featuring William Conrad in Nightmare, based on the short story by William Iris, directed by Anton M. Lida and produced by Robert Montgomery.
This is Robert Montgomery. Good night. You know, when you stop to think about it, one of the nicest things we say to one another is good night. A lot of thoughts are implied in those two words, and all of them are good. Actually, what we're saying is have a good night. May it bring you rest, may you sleep well, and if your sleep is invaded by dreams, may they be pleasant dreams. All good, well-intended thoughts bound up neatly into two brief words. Good night. And sleep itself is a condition that most of us welcome. Quite apart from the biological need it serves, we're grateful for the momentary escape, for being removed from reality, for quiet, peaceful hours on the fringe of consciousness. And so most of us, most of the time, anticipate the night and sleep. Families and good friends regularly surrender each other to the gentle care of the night and call it a good thing. But in the blackest recesses of night, there can be terror. And the very night that offers you sleep may also offer dark dreams. Vivid, terrible, half-real dreams that grip you, plague you with horror through the night, and are reluctant
my head
to
that the
release
picture doesn't go with the word.
fear, panic, terror. Of such stuff
Well, Street
on
Fighter won't go
nightmares like the one we bring you tonight.
I know, I can't pay
Now
attention
with
to it.
Nightmare, one of the best known and most imaginative short stories of Cornell Woolrich, writing as William Irish. With our star, Ed Bracken.
It has to be.
We again hope to keep you in
This is just too much chaos.
First, all I could see was this beautiful face. This beautiful girl's face, like a white lotus mask, swimming detachedly against the fading darkness. There was no danger yet. There was other girls in the room, but no good near faces. I tried one, another, a third, the wrong one. Couldn't get out. The mask began to change its expression. Slowly it became vindictive. It spoke. It snarled.
There he is, right behind you. Get him!
Then it was just a black, dark, lonely mask. Slowly uncoiled until it loomed before me upright. It came toward me, toward me, toward me. I wanted to turn it, the half minute was all that was left now. But I couldn't move. I couldn't lift the foot. It threw me back to the floor with my shoes nailed to the floor. His outline still indistinct like a lumpy clay image. I could see the arms come up to his sides. He couldn't avoid them. They were like lobsters. I could feel the pressure of the hands on the side of my neck. Rather than the brothers were trying to break it rather than strangle me. Rounds were digging into the straining cord. The pressing into the tenders of my flesh right beside the top of it. First, the hands of pride were on last, but it raged free of my body. Trailing nail scratches across my breast, and clamped itself back where it had been. thought was body. They hold it. Brad got it with me and changed the flesh of a drowning man. A bucket fell from my hand and I hung on to it. I don't know why. I just hung on.
Is he dead? Finish it, hurry.
Terry,
I put out my hand, asking to protect myself, when something was put into it. She put it into my hand instead of his. I fixed my hand on a knife, lifted my arm, and drove it into him from the back. His dead body fell heavily and sprawled across me. It took almost a minute for me to push it away.
Is it done? Did you kill him?
When I stood up, she saw me. Then she disappeared as though swallowed by a shroud. I heard a door closed and turned to see which one she'd used to get out, that I might remember and find my way out. But I was too late. When I turned, she was gone, and all the doors looked alike again. I was alone with the dead body. The core of my fear lay sprawled on the floor. I had to hide it, had to shut it away. I tried the doors one by one until one of them opened. It was a closet, a shallow closet, but enough to hold a body. I dragged it across the floor. I shut the door of the closet, pressing it tight. The body still held away from me. Below the knob, I found a key, a strange key shaped like a three-leaf clover.
I have to try harder.
Made the lock click into place, then put the key in. But I couldn't keep the knob. It was turning slowly to the right and then to the left. And as it turned, a tiny noise.
Hello. Who is this? It was all a yours, dead body. Already can you get? Been that salami I had last night. Never eat salami before going to bed. 11th commandment. 14 minutes after 8. That means I still have time to... I stood staring stupidly at my wrist. There was a deep scratch on my wrist. For a minute I realized it was I dropped my watch. I continued. I chose a blue tie. Threw up the collar. Out of my mind was getting ready to get frightened. I held on steady like I held the collar. In the mirror, I could see the bruises on my throat. Purple marks which hadn't been there the night before. It took me a moment to realize. Try to reason it out. I must have done it. Crossing my arms over my chest and attempting to strangle myself in my sleep. It didn't make much sense, but it was the best I could do. I decided not to think anything more about it and continued dressing. When I had my jacket on, put my hand in my change pocket, took what was in it to check car fare and lunch money. A button mixed in with the change. A button that didn't belong to any suit or coat I owned. Closed my hand over it and I had the feel, the shape. There was no doubt about it in my mind. It was the button from the dream. I rushed to the closet. Checked every last thing I had. The button. It didn't belong anywhere. I couldn't kid myself anymore. People don't find buttons in dreams. I decided to knock the cup of coffee. I was getting the jitties. I slipped into my pocket. Sure, I had my key. It was shaped like a 3-leaf clover. Knees were weak. Stomach was quivering. I couldn't go back in. I had to see people, hear cars in the street. All was real. Nothing was wrong. It was me. Something was wrong. Alone and tell him what happened. The detective should be able to help me.
I'll just sit in the dishes and then I'll be back.
Well, and I are going to stretch our legs and back
same shape and size and everything. It was in my trouser pocket with my change. It's on the dresser back in my own room now. If you want to come over, you can see it for yourself. At last, the key turned up on me next to my own key. In the pocket. Here.
This is the key.
Yes, that's the way it looked. And sort of same shape, same color, the same design. It even weighed the same. It even...
Hey. That way, kid. Don't let it get you.
I'm walking high.
Where'd you get this key? I mean, where did you first get it from before you dreamed about it?
But you don't understand. That's what I've been doing. Before I dreamed about it, I never saw it before. Then I wake up and it turns real.
Now go through that. Not only has no natural, it's no wire. Really happens, and it
there's a door somewhere in this city right at this very minute it belongs to. I'm propped up dead behind. Nowhere. Nowhere, no years. How was that? I must have been there. I must have done it. Oh, why? Why would it come to my mind like that in my sleep? Why?
You're in a bad way, kid. Say, how about a little drink, huh? Live or no live? Waiter. Waiter, 2 coffee. 2 coffees, yes.
So when the coffee came, Cliff started questioning.
The fella, whoever he was.
Couldn't seem to see his face through the whole thing. I only saw it at the very end after it was already too late. And then started to after I locked him in, it seemed as though I was going to find out something horrible about him.
And last of all, the place. You would say nothing but doors all around here. Have you been in a place like that, maybe? Have you ever seen one in a magazine illustration of a story you've read in a movie?
No.
Well, let's get away from the dream. It's been long. It's going to get me too. Now, what did you do last night before this whole thing?
No food is responsible for that
sleeping through it.
I never walked in my sleep. You can ask Lil.
All right. Now, do you have any recollection at all, no matter how last night, grappling with a guy or ramming something?
No. All I have is a perfectly clear recollection of going to bed, dreaming that I did all these things, and then waking up again.
Okay, then that's all there is to it. It didn't happen. You either dream them or you do it. There's no two ways about it.
Don't say anything about it.
Yeah, I'll take you to the box. Yeah, you'll get it.
Fit the scene of the dream. The next day, Sunday, I was in my room.
Hi, kid.
Hello, Cliff. What are you dressed for?
Well, matter of fact, Lil and I are going to take a ride out to the country today, and she packed a lunch for 3. Cold beer, ham, and
Listen, I'm all right. I don't need fresh air joints to get rid of it.
You see, I got this
Here's a weather report just came in, friends. Rain soon.
How soon do you think, Ben?
Right now. Come on, get the stuff into the car.
Then you take the blanket, I got the baskets, huh?
Hurry up, we're so back to town.
Yeah, if only I had some idea where we are. I can't see 10 feet ahead in this stuff.
There's a cutoff a little ways ahead. Around the next turn, if you take it, it'll lead us to a house with a big wide porch. We can get in under there.
Well, how did you know that?
Were you ever up around here, these parts before?
No.
Well, then how did you...
Well, let's concentrate on private conversation. Seen any hit signs? You're getting us more tangled up than we already were.
No. Don't stop. We'll come. Not that switch. That's the one to the porch. The one that controls the hole is on the other side.
Right.
What is this, a rib? How do you know so much about this place anyway, Ben?
Oh, just a lucky guess. Anybody home?
Don't do that! I was shaking. And I was but I was dripping with perspiration. I didn't know what made me say those things about the road and the key and the light switches, but they came out as though I had been here before. I was scared.
A bit of summer, I guess. But it's funny they'd leave it unlocked like that. Like this. Oh, sure being a detective comes in handy for them. You shouldn't get in trouble walking in like this. Well, as long as we're here, I don't think anybody would mind if we made some coffee. I'm not.
Sure.
Lil went into the kitchen.
Okay, so contained.
I found a bedroom, then a two-entrance bath. The door across the room, I could see myself. My face was whiter than my shirt. My body was quivering. Shifted, dying, wavering as I advanced. 4, 5, 6, 7. I was across the threshold, and the door around its position flat against the outside wall.
Nightmare, starring Eddie Brackett, in a narrative willing to keep you in suspense. It had all belonged to Vince until now. A wild dream heightened by young imagination. His love, awful as it was, it all belonged to him. But he had shared his nightmares. He never once believed Vince. He told him he was cockeyed that it couldn't be true. But there they are, the two of them, in a deserted house, which Vince seems quite familiar.
Discovered
Although he swears he's never
a strange device that is
They face each other
already active.
with 8 mirrors.
It feels alive. I'm not receiving any information in the scanning.
I don't know what Cliff would have done up there in the mirrored outfit, but I blessed my sister when she called. Meeting Cliff and then intensely dozed off. Tired out of the excitement of the storm. Then Cliff pushed me back into the kitchen and shut the door. He gave me a look that belonged in a police station basement. Lit a cigarette. Policeman don't suspect. Bounced the match down and he shoved his hands deep in his pockets.
Make it short and make a quick leap throw it out of him.
You think I lied, don't you?
You knew what you could have. Get us here. Great. You knew about the cell matters. Great. You knew where the key to the front door was kept. Sister, and he knows he'll give him an ear, making a fool out of him, like you did me. I've got no use for him. He's low and lousy and no good. Look, I found this button.
Like shooting the statue.
Some dream. I'm going to start in from scratch right here in this place, you and me, and I'm going to get the facts out of you. Whether they go any further than me or not, that's my business. But at least I'm going. What brought you here? Who was the guy you did it to? What was his name? You gonna ask me? Answer me when I ask you a question. Get out of here, guys, before.
See my badge? I was to home having a little supper and...
How do I connect?
Hey, get in. Thought I had it all locked up, safe and sound.
He was better than $4 on the porch.
Was, huh? Must be a spellbound funny.
Why should this house be your particular concern?
Was a murder uncovered in it last week?
There was? Well, I'd like to hear about it. All of it.
He sat down. He was enjoying his talk. But listening to an eye on me.
Back I wasn't able to reach him to notify him yet. Wife was a pretty little thing.
Was?
Yep, real pretty. Flirty, too. Used to fool around with a friend for husband. Name was Ayers, Dan Ayers. Well, that morning, the milkman saw a bundle of rags by the side of the road not far from here. It was little Miss Fleming, all knees and twigs. I am. counting hairs on the tire. This last time, hair's come up here like a work. Why, Mrs. Fennel, she takes one look and starts running for town to get help. Why didn't she use the telephone? This comes down, catches up, runs her down, and drives right over. He thinks she's dead. Say, is Dan all right? He didn't kill Dan, did he? Well, that was enough to send us hot foot right back to the house and found Hare's dead body. No. Been stabbed in the back with some kind of a drill. Dead since the night before. Woman died about 8 days. There went our case. Did you get anything on the real killer? Well, practically everything but the guy himself. She was right in the alcove when it happened, saw the killer with a torchlight, and lasted long enough to give us a complete description. All the dope was over at my chief's.
Well, let's go over there. Give it the once-over. Come on, Vince, you too. I'll leave a note for Will. Come on, Vince. This is out of your line, but you'd better come anyhow.
Care to see him?
Yeah, let's have a look.
I got weak. I saw a clip distract the other men's attention long enough to slip them on top of the file case. Next thing I knew, we were getting ready to put
I won't give up.
How are you folks back to the house? It's on the way home.
Well, Sheriff, thank you very much. Oh, say, Vince, run back a minute. I left my cigarettes in there. Sheriff, I want you.
His voice went from behind me, and I was in the darkened office, getting alone. I knew what I'd been sent back to. He wanted me to see those pictures. I switched on the lights. They're on the file case. He took them in my hands and he stared at me.
He's not well. He's under treatment by a doctor right now. He gets these dizzy spots out of his Hey, yeah, kid. You'll be all right. Sorry for all the trouble with the clothes. Everything all right. Back in now.
That's the one place I never wanted to go back to. Cliff and I didn't say much. Jack just drove us to the house. We picked up Lil and started back to town. We couldn't talk them either. Because Lil was blazing so leaving long, like that. And I think for once he was grateful. He kept thinking too steadily about me. In my place, she said.
I'll take it. Yeah? I got it. I think you've been telling the truth. Well, I think I better stick with you.
I won't crack.
And I just killed a really big monster.
Picked a messy way.
Oh,
Yes. Don't tell us.
Gave me a better gun, but that was just luck.
More houses and no gas.
But electricity is undependable too. Fella in the next room. Pretty One snow in the house.
Why do you have to do that? Did he tell me the hole? That's still no reason why I should bust that door. I'd like to hear the rest of this.
The rest, I told you the rest.
That's what you think. Just watch what I get out of it.
He wouldn't let me go to sleep. I had to tell him about the man next door who moved in a week or so before the night of the dream. That particular night I had been reading in bed. And as I put down the lights and about ready to doze off, Sam! Space between his eyes.
Oh my gosh, I got a freaking
Candlelight
key.
in his eyes behind him. He explained about the
a
lights.
freaking key?
I found like 4 things that were lost. Now I have to go back and like unlock them.
Shut the door.
Well, I suppose.
I don't mean suppose. I mean that you actually hear the door shut. Think about it, kid. This is important. Well, another thing. Did you ever have any conversation with him?
Well, he offered me some photographs several times. I didn't like it. But once going down in the
Never mind. Right here, right now. You got some sleep. I'm going back to the Fleming house.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh, way back up there at this hour. About 2, there was a knock on the door, and I almost fell over in my rush to open it. Cliff! I suppose he stopped to put his things away. I heard him tap the keys of the piano downstairs. Then I heard his footsteps coming. I pushed myself backwards along the floor into the alcove. My heart was pounding so hard I had to keep my mouth open. Bedroom, opening suitcases, looking at things. I pushed myself into the closet. I could see him. Then he stood still, turning to go. This was the time. Now. I held the gun tight and pushed the door open soundlessly. He heard me as I stepped into the room and whirled around. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs. I put my lips together. To make Fleming work. Just this, a 44 automatic. Much more than you think.
Remember the drive up? Wouldn't have. I told you to remember it only in the dream.
Holding a thumbtack pressed into the palm of each hand the whole way.
That's why you do everything. Directed to do passively.
Might be something in it for me later. And all that trouble.
Purposely faked? I can't believe it. You didn't even draw back. Show a sign. Knife in your hand. They go towards the house.
I accidentally dropped the knife he gave me. Jumped. Drill into my hand instead of his. Killed him. Yourself out of your own mouth. I don't want to be paid off. You picked someone with a weak willpower, maybe, but strong scruples. I was an honest man. You made me commit murder. I can't clear myself in the eyes of the law ever, but you're going to pay for doing that. Now, this way.
Wait, don't do that. That won't help.
You shouldn't have left me alone. That was your mistake. Here you go, Fleming.
Wait 1 minute more. Just a minute. Look at me. Look at my eyes.
I survived it.
Fleming warned me to be careful, but I wasn't careful enough. I couldn't seem to help myself. I just glanced at her. His eyes met, and suddenly I couldn't get away. It's like my glue. The sort of talk that turned me into wax. I made an effort. One more thing. It came out as a single sentence.
I can never open these gates. Very
Fleming?
You'll find everything else on the floor. You trouble.
Right, isn't straight up. There's enough evidence on this wiring. Listen, Fleming to the electric sheet. Listen. So that mumbling I can't. We better get up there. Come on. Yeah, Fleming must be trying to do. Holy smokes, he's getting away. Come on.
You already had your my brother.
They're bound to get me sooner or later. I have no choice. I see no other way but this. Sign your name. Vincent Hardy. Get out of the car quickly and take the chain attached to that anchor. Hurry, you fool! Throw the anchor into the lake. Go ahead. Hurry!
I knew what I was doing was wrong. I fought against it as hard as I could. And when I got to the end of the dock, I just threw the anchor into the lake and my body went under.
Well, there he is. It's all right now. You got Fleming? Fleming's dead, Mr. Judge. Oh, in the tree. Something more to it. That goes in the middle of that cellar. Bad. Did all right by the boy. And after I got better. See, I get these recordings and see what's happening with Fleming. Yeah, sure. This is Robert Montgomery. Our congratulations to Eddie Bracken and William Conrad for two fine performances in Nightmare.
Next week, for suspense, we treat the subject of weather in a locale that is famous and infamous for its weather, England. And in order to do justice to the ill-famed atmospheric conditions which all crowd around, we shall present an hour of suspense divided into two separate half-hour two select studies with two elements in common: dramatic weather and dramatic suspense. Taken one at a time, plays are singular times, put them together, and I can promise you a deadly combination next week, when with Wet Saturday by John Collier and August Heat by W.F. Harvey, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Baseball. Mr. Jackson will soon be seen in his Nightmare by William Irish, radio by Alfred Sounder, directed by Angela M. Leader, and produced by Robert Montgomery. Unbelievable, director and conductor, and Lucian Marowek composes the original score. Next week, hear two great shows, Wet Saturday and August Heat, on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. There's more.
No, what?
Suspense.
Suspense is just trying to play
Among
the
wine
episode
stewards,
without
the men
permission.
who are responsible for the wine selection.
But if I look to the research,
In the cellars of famous hotels and restaurants, the choice is CRESTA, BLA.
Okay, this one's only a half hour like normal. But at least we're back to pure Helen Hayes instead of
Roma
that Barbara
wines
Stanwyck
taste
and
better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Angela Lansbury in A Thing of Beauty. A suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spears. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other. For friendly entertaining, or delightful dining. Yes, that would be very simple. As Roma Wines brings Angela Lansbury in a remarkable tale of suspense. That she came to aged, is he? Oh, no, 9 years between me. But it was long before that she left the stage. She was nearly 10 years. A little disorder. They do say she's some eccentric side, though. Maybe her civility was quite soon enough. But I retired. And I wanted to be turned out to think. One day I do what I know, which goodness knows is little enough, and what I have reason to believe, which is somewhat more. It seems we'll keep adventure.
She lives completely alone?
Oh, the one servant, that's all.
Oh, Father Benton.
Ah, Suzette. This is my new curate, the Reverend Cedric. We're here to see Mrs. May.
Well, does she know you are not alone?
Good Suzette, I have no idea. But you might let us in out of the rain while you so inform her.
But very well, come in.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you will wait in the study, I will ask if Mademoiselle is able to see you.
What in the world has got into the woman? She knows Miss Tremaine's been seeing me every fortnight. 8 times for 9 years.
There's a picture here. Is it of her?
Probably.
She was a beauty.
Oh, your father could have told you. Ah, yes, she was a legend of 2 continents.
It's been a very tragic thing to make a woman like that shut herself away. Is it true, sir, that she sees no one but you?
No one. She's never set foot outside this house in all the time she's been here. Single visitor. But why?
She's going to make trouble for you, Madeline.
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
Oh, you don't know Nellie Garrett?
But I know my audience, don't I?
Oh, Madeline, you're so young and foolish and so beautiful.
Why, thank you, John.
So terribly beautiful.
Oh, John, you're leading up to it again, aren't you?
Oh, Madeline, this play isn't going to last forever. Even you can't keep your mind on Madeline. Why don't we be friends together now? We could have our own company.
It's the great John Gaylord.
Of course, why, in a couple of years, you'll be as famous in your own right. Do you love anyone? on?
No, but when I marry, it will be always will be an up-and-coming young member of Parliament like you. You must know where
You're in for it now, Madeline.
Quite right. So there you are, my son.
Now go easy, Miss Garrett. She's better.
My entire last act curtain for 29 consecutive performances, hoisting her skirts clear above the ankles. Hoping
Because that kind of a
Oh, is it indeed? But as long as I play lead in this company, I will not have my best speech in the whole play utterly ruined by rowdy applause and gutter ending the halfway down here.
Now, you're making
And while we're on the subject, Mr. Gaylord, there is a point I'd like to discuss with you. When you help Miss Tremaine down the swing in the second act, there's no need for you to keep your arm around her during the entire remainder of the scene. I admit that she is ready to swoon at any moment. But really, Miss Garrett, if you can no longer hold your audience or your love, I'll kill you for that, Nell Garrett. If I die for it, I'll kill you. I left the theater and walked aimlessly out into the night, my eyes blinded with tears. Young, yes, foolish as I was, I believe my poor little heart was truly broken. For I knew that Nell Garrett could ruin me with every theater manager in London, and I knew she would. How long I wandered through those misty streets, or where, or even what I did, I shall never know. But just as dawn was breaking, I found myself, by some odd twist of fate, passing by the lodgings of John Gaylord. On a sudden impulse, I climbed the steps to his door.
Yes? Madeline.
Hello, John.
My darling, did anyone see you?
See me?
Come in, come in. Where have you been?
Just walking.
Good Lord. Alone?
Yes, why?
Don't you know?
Yes, John, I'm afraid I do. My career.
Your career?
John, what is it?
Don't you know that Nell Garrett is knife in her back?
Dead.
Murdered. Oh, John, these have been looking all over London. I've been expecting to hear her. Oh.
Really?
Of course we do. Last night you said to kill her. Why wouldn't they be looking for you? Listen to me now. Where did you go? What did you do? Didn't anyone see you? Did you talk to anyone?
No.
But you've got to tell them something.
What can I tell them?
Because if you don't, Yes, they'll hang you, Madeline.
No.
Please, Madeline, you've got to think. Try to remember something.
I'm so alone. If only I had a friend.
I have got a friend, Madeline. I'm your friend, believe me.
Someone who loved me enough to at least say they were with me. Oh.
Who is it?
Lieutenant, Scotland Yard.
Madeline, in there, quickly. Don't worry, I'll have something. Hurry. There, I'm coming.
Sorry to rouse you this early hour.
Quite all right, sir. Come in.
You are Mr. John Gaylord?
Yes.
Of the Queen's Players Company, Drury Lane?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Mr. Gaylord, anything of the whereabouts of Miss Madeline Tremaine?
Madeline Tremaine? Yes. Why,
Did you call me, darling?
Who is this lady, Mr. Gaylord?
Well, who are you?
I'm from the police, Madam.
Police?
There's been a murder. Miss Nell Garrett of the Queen's Company was found stabbed in her home last night. Yes. You know her?
Of course.
I'm afraid, madam, that I shall have to ask you for your name.
I am. I'm so sorry that you find me somewhat in disarray.
Miss Tremaine, I'm afraid I shall also have to ask you to account for your whereabouts after you left the theater last night.
Very well. Mr. Gaylord can account for my whereabouts.
Well, Mr. Gaylord?
You see, Inspector, it's rather a delicate matter. Because since I left the theater last night, I've been here.
Is that true, Mr. Gaylord?
Yes. Quite true, Inspector.
Ah, see.
Is that satisfactory, Inspector?
Yes. Well, I don't think I need trouble you any further. For the moment.
I quite understand your position, Inspector. It's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah. Well, good day to you.
Good day, sir.
Yes,
Why, they'll have the scandal all over every newspaper in the city.
a scandal is better than a hanging.
Must not be some other way. Now they'll tear you to shreds. They won't have you in anything better than a music hall. That's your loving.
John, there won't be any scandal.
If what?
John, it wasn't just my tiff with Nell Garrett that sent me wandering through the fog last night. I was thinking about something much more serious.
What do you mean?
I was thinking about what you said.
What I said?
John, perhaps I don't really love you yet, but I love you. And you're the finest, kindest man I've ever known. And now perhaps you saved my life.
Madeline, I love you more than anything else in this world. But I wouldn't have you marry me for gratitude.
I wouldn't marry any man for gratitude.
Madeline, if I was interested, I wasn't here last night either. That I couldn't say my nowhere about.
Oh, no, I see.
Still marry me?
Yes, John, I will marry you.
A single beauty. Tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. This is King Bradley for whether you serve wine frequently or often, enjoy the better taste of Roma. Yes, Roma will give you more pleasure with every way. Yes, richer and better taste. To bring you better tasting wine, Roma begins with California's choicest grapes. Then and by making resources unmatched in America, Roma Africa has this giant treasure vertically to tempting taste perfection. These choice wines are then placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wine, Roma later selects for your pleasure. This holiday weekend, enjoy rich Roma California port or Tokay. Serve after dinner or in a tall glass with ice and soda as a refreshing warm weather cooler. Served any way, Roma tastes better. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. That's R-O-M-A, Roma, your best buy in good taste.
And now Roma wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Angela Lansbury, who as Madeline Tremaine resumes the recital of her brilliant and stirring career. It is a tale told to two clergymen in a darkened room. A tale well calculated to keep them and you in suspense.
Get my cups.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of love and hate. A story we call Three Lethal Words, starring Miss Joan Crawford.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Why,
Why, it's Oscar Otto, the loquacious limousine.
It's me, all right, Harlow. Ready for the good driving days ahead.
With an Autolite Stay Full battery, the famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I wouldn't leave the garage without one.
Don't blame you, Oscar. Why, that tried, true, and trusty Autolite Stay Full battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of
I don't understand why you play a movie and can't have radio
needs
going.
water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And it makes the kicks that starts me quick as a flick.
And here's another advantage. It has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
It's confusing. You try to make the story of the radio go with the movie and it's not going.
And we're still
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. Ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery.
It
The
doesn't
battery
work
that needs water only
for
3
me.
times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite man is equipped with the best battery service. Remember, always now with 3 lethal words and the transcribed performance of Miss Joan Crawford. I hope once again to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Lewis, Miss Winters to see you. Miss Jane Winters.
I don't know if I'm normal, if I'm just crazy.
It can't be Philip Lewis. He's just a story analyst. They said no, he's head of the studio story department. I couldn't believe it. Because I've always remembered you. One who used to make devastating criticisms of the scripts I wrote before I got sick. I've been ill, you know. Did you know I'm ill? Everything's all right now.
Good, I'm glad.
Sit down. Thank you. I'm exhausted. I've been shopping all afternoon. I've been buying supplies for my hobby, you know. I do etchings now. Do you know what's in this bottle? Nitric acid. Eats away the steel plates, you know. Amazing. I was buying this.
Those lasers are vicious.
Thanks.
How do you dodge a laser?
I'm feeling all right now. I don't want to talk about me. I want to tell you. It's all worked out in my mind, except the end. I don't like the end. But, well, anyway, we open in the living room of a rather nice little house in the hills above the strip. I don't know if you were ever in the place like that, but there. Anyway, a place like that. It's around 2 in the morning, and there's this girl pacing back and forth in this living room. Call her Sally Summers. She's smoking a cigarette, quick, nervous puffs. Abruptly, she flips the cigarette into the fireplace, hesitates a moment, then lets it go. Sally's a screenwriter, not a bad person. If you really knew her, you'd see she's not a bad person. All she wants is a little affection, a little love. That's all she wants. She's a screenwriter, and she's 43 years old, and she's married to an actor, and he's 19 years younger than she is. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and she's all alone.
Hello, Macumbo.
Macumbo? It's Christopher Summers.
One moment, please. I'll see.
43 isn't very old. She's always taking care of herself. Looks ages younger than that. She and Chris have been married almost a year, and her whole life is wrapped up in the boy, and it's been fine till recently. Recently,
Hello?
Chris, where have you been? I've been worried sick.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Summers.
Not there. Thank you.
attention. Don't fuss over me, Sally. That's all I ask.
I like that fussing. Sorry, I didn't realize it.
Sunset Boulevard, and Ada yelled, "Seen it? He's living it."
Oh, please. Please, no more.
So now you know.
Chris. You knew it wasn't going to be easy.
There's no way to let that go. Leaving the lot this evening, I rented a Harley Hilton in that basement. How much longer am I going to be kept in small parts? I said, how much longer am I going to play third man in the posse and G-Mob? What's for dinner? He said, how can you be built into Love's Young Green for the Bobby sauces? That was 7-8 hours ago. Since then.
You what? Chris, no. Chris, listen to me. It's not a perfect marriage. All right, it's not a perfect marriage, but it's the only marriage we have in its lifetime. For better or worse. That's what you said, for better or worse.
So clingy.
Play with the kaleidoscope when you were a kid, see? Little beads were filled with color beads and stones. You pick your
Oh, you got startled by the dog in the game?
Suddenly.
No, I was sleeping.
Okay.
And the landscape on the auction. At antique shops. One by one in the coffee table. The house table. The easy chair. The lounge. All the books on the shelf. I sprayed pictures on the walls.
Alright, let's do this. Let's talk to this ghost.
Start to put her together again. They're very kind and patient. They're good at one. She hides that because there's something she has to do. One night while playing playing canasta with one of the nurses in the room. She starts to beat.
Care to play another hand?
As she drives through the darkness toward Hollywood, she's filled with a terrible eagerness. You see, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's not going to stay. No, that's too good. But it's no good if he's not alive to appreciate that. He's got to know he's been destroyed and go on knowing it. Turn it into a scar. I'll take a bottle.
I don't seem to have it diluted.
I'll take it full strength.
So how many hours have you been going?
We'll ask Facebook.
Thank you. Doing landscapes?
No. No, as a matter of fact, I'm doing a portrait. Portrait of a man. From life.
Seems like a good day.
And there she was, out in the street with a bottle.
But we
in her
haven't
hands.
beat the game yet.
A bottle just like this one, Philip.
You haven't done what?
I keep
She's known the joy of
I
creation,
haven't beat the game yet.
but
I
it
keep
can't
dying.
compare to the exaltation she feels now.
That's not
Now she goes
important.
forth to experience the joy of
I'm
destruction.
gonna log out sometime in the near future.
Oh yeah,
I'll
it's like
destroy him.
evening time.
I'll destroy him.
This was
I didn't really matter.
This was 6 hours ago. Maybe I should do the closing theme song since I just got blown up in the game. I think didn't I get blown up in the game? Oh, not quite. Maybe when I get blown up in the game, whichever happens first. If I get blown up in the game or we finish the episode.
All right, bringing you Miss Joan Crawford in 3 Lethal Weapons. Production of Radio's Ready for Easter, Oscar Otto?
Mr. Wilcox. An Autolite plate full of battery under my hood. I'll be the jauntiest Disney in the parade.
Well, you can't miss if you've got the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, Oscar. you're not just banging your husband. Autolite battery dealer for you at Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right. Now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Joan Crawford in Elliot Lewis's production of 3 Lethal Words. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Oh, yes, it's Philip, isn't it? For a moment,
Jane, why don't you waddle down on the desk?
Why?
Well, just
Why should I?
I can't handle
gesturing with
go
your
straight
hand.
Long time no see. Bird. How's the career? The career, how goes it? Are they sorry you? Good. Are you happy? No more dirty days? Picture of the lucky girl.
This is gonna kill me if you
Oh my God, it's crazy.
What's crazy, Dan?
My bird.
Because I want it to be the last thing you're ever going to see me. That night, back at the asylum, she enjoys
I can do this.
the big night she's had in a long time. You said it's
Well, that was an interesting episode, as good as they've ever been, if I do say so myself. I've been your host, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Seraphine Falls. Say hi, as always, to Pam, Izzy, and Freddie, and thanks so much for swinging by. Hope you had a good time. Catch you guys on the other side.